Hello, I hear you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is a staggering number, and it was just reported by Ukraine's emergency services, 2,000 civilians. That does not include Ukrainian soldiers. Now, Russia says it's not targeting civilians, but its missiles and rockets are falling on residential areas, including the eastern city of Kharkiv, where it fell in a neighborhood and damaged a local hospital. There was also a massive explosion in the center of the city. It's now endured more than 24 hours of shelling from this Russian offensive. There is also another town just north of the capital city of Kyiv, and there's some staggering pictures coming out of there of two apartment blocks, two buildings, just completely flattened by an apparent Russian strike. Now, we don't know exactly what kind of weaponry was used or why these buildings were targeted. There doesn't seem to be a military installation around them. So the fear here in Ukraine is that the Russian offensive has reached a new phase where civilian casualties are starting to pile up, and that this could be a tactic to try and get the Ukrainian government to capitulate. Keep in mind that the ceasefire talks are ongoing today in Belarus. The Ukrainian government has confirmed it will be at the negotiating table. Again, I don't think a breakthrough is expected, but there is a glimmer of hope that it may do something to at least put a lull in the fighting on the ground. I don't know if we can see any sort of breakthrough today. The last I heard, both sides were still making demands that could not be. There was no meeting in the middle. Ukraine wanted to see the immediate ceasefire and immediate withdrawal of all Russian troops from all Ukrainian territory, including Crimea and the disputed eastern regions in the Donbass. Russia has said that it wants Ukraine to, in its words, demilitarize, and also that it demanded that Crimea be recognized as a part of Russia and that the eastern regions were independent states. Neither side is going to agree to those conditions, so it's not clear where they can find some sort of commonality. It may mean that they will have to build up to it in some way, but in the meantime, as the talks go on for days, there's still more fighting on the ground, and the number of civilians dying is expected to rise. So I think things will get worse before they get better. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, 10:06, right? Oh, right at the top, at 10. Okay. Okay, we'll be back.
is available to any country in the world that needs assistance. That's why Ukraine asked for assistance, and we are now channeling that assistance from 26, that is 26 European countries. In order to facilitate this, we have sent a liaison officer to Poland. We have set up a logistic hub. Units would like to visit, and it's available to any in the world that needs assistance. But that's why Ukraine this after the assistance mechanism, and we are now channeling that assistance from 26, and that has already been demonstrated. In order to facilitate this, we can send a liaison officer to Poland. So this is a excellent logistic hub. Poland will function here, provides, and it is available to facilitate this United States.
A quick question. We have heard from Africans and Indians that they are being treated unfairly if they try to cross from Ukraine into Poland or other places. Can you give us a sense of if you're hearing this and what's being done?
was an excellent one, actually. This was very interesting. One of the subjects we discussed just yesterday, the European Parliament is available to when the members of the European Parliament
Ask you a quick question. We have heard from Africans and some Indians that they are being treated unfairly as they try to cross the border from Ukraine into. I have corroborated. I have talked to Africans and Indians. This is sensitive. During this, they said that everyone's being shut off trains, that they were being left behind. These are women and children from places like Cameroon, and they said they were having a very difficult time just during the war, not before. They were treated wonderfully in Ukraine, but during this time of war, they were not being treated fairly. They were being discriminated. What would you say to that? How do you fix it?
Any discrimination, any discrimination,
I have corroborated it. I have talked to Africans and Indians who said they said that they were being pushed off trains, that they were being left behind. These are women and children from places like Cameroon, and they said they were having a very difficult time just during the war, not before. They were treated wonderfully in Ukraine, but during this time of war, they were not being treated fairly and they were being discriminated. So what would you say to that? How do you fix it?
Any discrimination on people who are fleeing the conflict on the basis of any personal characteristic, including citizenship or skin color, is completely unacceptable and should never take place. All people fleeing the conflict are entitled to national protection without any consent. Just before the protest, I will give the floor to Commissioner Johansson. We are facing very difficult the United Nations appeal to humanitarian aid officials yesterday in the amount of $1.7 billion. Just to do that, I will give them the basis of estimates that if things continue this way, if this conflict begins to range, are facing it will become a really very humanitarian crisis of unprecedented nations. The United Nations estimated that yesterday 4 million the amount of refugees, $1.7 billion just for 300 months. On the basis of estimates, that if things continue this way, if this conflict continues to rage, it will become really a humanitarian crisis of unprecedented proportions. The United Nations estimate that there will be 4 million or more refugees.
Had them in the best shape, so they were the easiest to access. Because I don't think, they're very focused on, whatever. Now they're switched because Arwa just reported that the lines are clearing up, which we knew would happen, but, I mean, a lot of it, is just the initial panic, in 98, when I was freelancing with the Washington Post, before I joined CNN, it was my first ever, huge riot, masses of people, and they brought out the special forces, and I was sitting next to the reporter, and they shot in the air, and everybody just, ran everywhere, and he turned to me, and he was like, "We're just going to step out of the way, don't run with the crowd, let them pass." He's like, "You are not part of this crowd, you're just going to get caught up." And it was the smartest thing he could have ever taught me, just step out. I hear you. I was in Jakarta. I was 21. Okay, thank you. Yeah, when it's total chaos, and nobody knows who's in charge. I mean, when you see the WhatsApp groups, you see how much of the staffing is devoted to verifying what they're getting. So your role is no longer to contact sources, but to verify raw information, which is a totally different skill than what we used to do. same time, like we hear the jets, guys, and they're like, well, we haven't seen anything. We're like, well, we heard it, so we know these are jets flying over. Can we source it ourselves? Then we're a little slower on that one. I definitely heard jets twice, and they were jets. They were not, And the fact that we've never heard jets here is remarkable, and suddenly we do. So something was, yeah. yeah. Apparently, Lviv was where they had one of their facilities to repair their MiGs. But I read somewhere that they had bombed it. I'm not sure. I mean, I would presume they would have. But the reason why it wasn't publicized, but the reason they did was because there were 3 Azerbaijani jets that were there for repair. And Azerbaijan said, "Shit, we've lost 3 of our jets." Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. Hello, I hear you, yes. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, here in Lviv, the city is completely transformed. It used to be a city buzzing with hipster cafes, boutiques, and restaurants, and all of that is closed now. Instead, everything has turned towards the war effort. So you can see, for example, groups of men running around with registration papers in their hand. They've signed up for volunteering for the territorial defense forces. You're also starting to see sandbag bunkers around the city, including what they call anti-tank hedgehogs. These are steel bars that are welded together in a star shape, and that will prevent tanks from being able to roll down the street. They're also trying to get extra bunkers here. Churches, for example, have basements that are now open for people to run into, and there are air raid sirens in there nearly every day here. I even passed an art museum earlier today, and it had its basement completely blocked up with sandbags, in part because they've moved a lot of their art into the basement to try and save it from any possible shelling. So it really is a city on a war footing. I should point out, however, there's been no fighting in this area. There have been several missile strikes here and an uptick in missile strikes, but for now, Western Ukraine remains the safest and most secure place in the country. Well, this is the big question. I think the Ukrainian government has said it will be at the negotiating table for those ceasefire talks, but exactly when and where is we still don't know. I think the problem is the two sides just have their demands are too much right now, and there's no meeting in the middle. Ukraine says for the immediate ceasefire, it needs to see the immediate withdrawal of all Russian troops from all Ukrainian territory, including Crimea and the disputed eastern regions of Donbass. Russia says that Ukraine needs to, quote, demilitarize. It's not clear what it means by that. And that Ukraine must recognize Crimea as a part of Russia and the independent Donbass as independent states. Neither side is going to agree to those conditions, so there has to be a meeting in the middle, and it's not clear where that could come from. And unfortunately, while those talks drag on, we are seeing an escalation in the number of civilian casualties. According to the Ukrainian emergency services here, more than 2,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. That's not including soldiers or any military officials. And it's a staggering number, and unfortunately, we're now seeing an increase in the number of missile and rocket attacks in residential areas. So I think that number of civilian casualties is likely to rise. Okay. I wonder if there are more bunkers. There must be more around the city. And are they? Yeah. And I wonder if they're going to reopen a lot of them. Hey, I hear you. Okay, thank you. Well, we continue to see waves of people fleeing and fighting in besieged cities such as Kharkiv, which has endured now more than 24 hours of missile strikes and rocket strikes. And unfortunately, the Ukrainian Emergency Services has just announced that more than 2,000 Ukrainian civilians have already been killed. Not soldiers, just civilians. So it is a city very much on edge, as you can probably hear. Everywhere here, there are sandbag bunkers. When air raid sirens go off, people are instructed to go into basement shelters. And everywhere you see groups of young men with their registration papers to join the civilian defense forces here. But while all of this is going on and the city is on a war footing, there hasn't been any fighting here, fortunately, but there are these air raid sirens every day. And you do get an uptick in missile strikes, especially at military airfields in western Ukraine. All of this while you have tens of thousands of people fleeing to the western part of the country and trying to make it across the border. At the moment, according to the UN, more than 700,000 have already crossed over, mostly into Poland, but also Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. Cool. Great. Talk to you then.
que hubiese una venta general centro del movimiento de Maidán, este movimiento pro comunidad europea. Al fondo está un símbolo de la arquitectura bolchevique, muy característicos. Es el hotel Ucrania, donde toda la prensa, muchas movimiento de Maidán, este movimiento pro comunidad europea o de varios ministerios. Al fondo está también el símbolo de la arquitectura bolchevique, muy turísticos. Esto ahora lo van a defender más local, pero no toda la prensa también hemos expuesto muchas cosas policiales, durante varios ministerios, y también antes fue la al Parlamento. No lo siguen diciendo acá, que ahora lo van a defender pal no pal, es un símbolo de Ucrania. Estamos realmente ahora, calculadores, bueno, en estos momentos serían ucranianos, que son símbolos de sector, obviamente está controlado por las fuerzas del gobierno, el Parlamento, están viviendas militares en todas las esquinas de Ucrania. Abajo del metro también, si empezamos realmente, es muchísimo. Allá al otro lado también, calculadores, bueno, en este momento serían fuerzas ucranianas. Ucranianos también, el sector, porque lo que están mejor controlado con las fuerzas del gobierno, aquí abajo están militares, todas las esquinas son más o menos abajo del metro también. Nosotros estábamos del otro lado, muchísimo, allá al otro lado también, al frente, en el hotel serían fuerzas de élite y ucranianas también, porque el hotel le da muy buena posibilidad de ver si las fuerzas rusas van a llegar a este lugar. Es más o menos ahora, nosotros ya estábamos del otro lado, estamos en la... Bueno, yo me pregunto, no sé qué les pasó a ustedes, porque yo además hice algo de dejar el micrófono abierto cuando ellos vinieron, para que ustedes escucharan todo y no solo este audio, pero bueno, si quieren lo van a encontrar o lo perdimos, pero fue un audio muy interesante porque la conversación continuó. Bueno, yo me pregunto, no sé qué les pasó a ustedes, porque yo además hice algo de dejar el micrófono abierto cuando ellos vinieron, para que ustedes escucharan todo y no solo este audio, pero bueno, si quieren lo van a encontrar o lo perdimos, pero fue un audio muy interesante porque la conversación continuó.
Minister or colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Graham Stewart.
Men, women, children, terrorised, murdered and maimed. Indiscriminate munitions unleashed on civilian populations with a total disregard over international law and human life. Can my right honourable friend assure the House that we will accelerate the transfer of military supplies to the Ukrainians and maintain this country's proud record of support for refugees fleeing the war?
I thank my right honourable friend, and I hope I can say that I speak for the whole House when I spoke to President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning, and I told him, Mr. Speaker, that we would indeed do everything we can to accelerate our transfer of the shipments that he described, of the weapons that he describes. And the UK, as the House knows, was the first European country to send such defensive weaponry, and we are certainly determined to do everything we can to help Ukrainians fleeing the theatre of conflict.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad the Ambassador is here so he can hear me repeat what I've said to him privately on a number of occasions, and that is that this House and this country stand united in our support for the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. And we're all appalled by the shocking footage that's emerged over the last few days. We must stand up to Putin and those who prop up his regime. Mr. Speaker, Roman Abramovich is the owner of Chelsea Football Club and various other high-value assets in the United Kingdom. He's a person of interest to the Home Office because of his links to the Russian state and his public association with corrupt activity and practices. Last week, the Prime Minister said that Abramovich is facing sanctions. He later corrected the record to say that he isn't. Well, why on earth isn't he?
Mr. Speaker, it's not appropriate for me to comment on individual cases at this stage. But what I can say, and I stand, Mr. Speaker, by what I've said in the House and what we've put on the record. But be in no doubt that the actions that we've already taken, that this House has already taken, are having an effect in Moscow. And by exposing the ownership of properties of companies in the way that we are, by sanctioning 275 individuals, already a further 100 last week, the impact is being felt. And what we will publish in addition, Mr. Speaker, is a full list of all those associated with the Putin regime. Of course, we have already announced sanctions on Putin and Lavrov themselves. I can tell the House that they will have heard what the President of the United States had to say last night. The vice is tightening on the Putin regime, and it will continue to tighten.
Minister of Climate and the Environment for Norway,
I hear what the Prime Minister says and the way in which he puts it.
We have Ms. Inge Anderson, Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. And we have
last week,
Ms.
Putin
Leila
summoned to
Benali,
the
President
Kremlin
of
the cronies
the
who
incoming
prop up his
President of the
regime.
UN Environment
They
Assembly.
dipped their hands
Mayor
in the
6,
blood of
and
Putin's
welcome
war.
Minister of Energy,
Among them
Transition
was
and
Igor
Sustainable
Shuvalov.
We have Mr. Espen Barre, Minister of Climate and the Environment for Norway, and the media colleagues here in person and online. Assembly. Following the remarks by we have Ms. Inge Anderson, Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. And we have Ms. Leila. Put your questions in the Q&A box as soon as possible so that we can try and include as many as possible. With that, I will give you the floor, Mr. Raide, to make some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keisha Massa. I am honored to share with you that I believe it is absolutely worth it to say that today we wrote history. Those are not words that should be used lightly, and in principle it's only when history looks back that you know when history was written, but I think it's fair to say that what we did today was to bring nature into the room, and we managed to achieve no less than 14 substantive resolutions, a ministerial declaration, a formal decision, and a political declaration that were all adopted unanimously today. This is a tribute to the ability to come together, to the strength of the United Nations, to the strength of multilateralism, and I would particularly highlight the fact that this happens at the particularly dramatic time in our modern history. In my view, the backdrop that we have from the conflict around Ukraine almost work to galvanize us here to say we really need to demonstrate that something works in this world, that multilateralism is meaningful, that we can actually use our national sovereignties to work together for the greater good, as long as there are people who will come together to do exactly that. And that's what we have here. I don't want to put
I think it's big justice.
Mr. President, how worried are you about President Zelensky? And do you think he should stay in Ukraine or should he try to leave?
I think it's big justice.
We want to take your leave.
I'm talking about permanent basis.
Ouais. Ouais. C'est pas totalement nuit là, non, non, on est, je sais pas, on doit être au soleil couché quoi. D'ici une demi-heure et demie. Ouais. Ouais. C'est pas totalement nuit là, non, non, on est, je sais pas, on doit être au soleil couché quoi. D'ici une demi-heure et demie. Tac. I've put it. So now, and maybe I should put full of water. No, I've never. Left button. Tac. I've put it. So now, and maybe I should put full of water. Oh yeah. No, I've never. Left button. I've done it. Oh yeah. Got it? Non, bah les liens, ouais, aussi, ouais. Bah, je pense qu'il y a des mecs qui sont dessus, mais là j'ai mis full auto, donc sinon je peux enlever le mode. Non, bah les liens, ouais, aussi, ouais. Bah, je pense qu'il y a des mecs qui sont dessus, mais là j'ai mis full auto, donc sinon je peux enlever le mode full auto. Non, mais qu'est-ce qu'on va full auto parce que là c'est vraiment trop près. Regarder, voir ce que ça fait. C'est pas dit que. Non, mais testons en mode full auto parce que là c'est vraiment trop près.
что вы начинаете посылать меня?
Ukraine is a pretty big country, 45 million people. When the Russians decided to invade it on all fronts, it was clear they were taking on a pretty ambitious operation. And Western analysts said that if they're trying to invade and hold a country that doesn't want you there, the forces that they were deploying didn't really look enough. So I think what we're facing now is the problem that Mr. Putin has. If you don't win quickly, you begin to lose politically. A quick military win is what's required. If you don't get it, then the political cost mounts quite a lot. And that's where Mr. Putin probably finds himself today. So let's have a look at what's happening in Kiev, of course. Kiev is still not surrounded. And forces that are trying to get to Kiev are being attacked. Their lines of communication are being disrupted. The Ukrainians are putting up a really staunch series of attacks on those lines of communication, and they're moving really quite slowly. In Kyiv, which should have been the most vulnerable city, right near the Russian border, quite pro-Russian in its background and history, they are still fighting in Kyiv. It hasn't fallen. And if we now have a look at Chernihiv, in Chernihiv. This is a place that the Russians said on Friday they had taken. Turned out they hadn't. Then we thought that they were screening it so that they could move around it and carry on moving towards Kiev. But in fact, if you screen a place and move on, you've always got the danger that it will start fighting again. That seems to have happened again today. So again, the lines of communication look as if they're being interrupted. And Ivankiv, just have a look at Ivankiv, northwest of Kiev. Ivankiv, it's about 40 miles from Kiev. We have a video of an armoured convoy moving really very slowly. It's not dashing towards Kiev to complete the circle around the city. So there are some problems there. Let's have a look at down in the south. Here the Russians are doing much better. They have taken Berdyansk, and that's confirmed by the Ukrainian government. That is their first proper military objective that they have achieved. So they've got Berdyansk. But let's have a look at this. Look at Mariupol and Kherson. They're still fighting in an area that they expected to take easily. And Mariupol was the most vulnerable of all places in Ukraine. It was right next to the separatist entity. An important port. It was already strangled as a port. The fact is, here we are on day 5. Mariupol should have fallen within hours. We don't know what's happening in Mariupol, but whatever it is, it must be quite something. When this is all over, one suspects they'll be making Hollywood films about Mariupol. The fact is, Mark, that President Putin is facing the problem that he now has. This operation should have been over in 3 days. In fact, this is day 5. For every day that the Ukrainian government is still on its feet, that's a political victory for them.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes,
I mean, I assume that we're going to the nuclear talk about Putin and his defense forces on alert, nuclear alert, is posturing. But, you know, if what you say is true, then Putin will be getting pretty frustrated, one imagines. How dangerous could a frustrated and angry President Putin get?
It ratchets up the tension another notch, Mark. I mean, maybe more than one notch. But the fact is that these sorts of threats have been made before in 2008 and 2014 when Russia moved into Georgia, in 2014 in the Crimea crisis. And President Putin always meant it as a sort of symbol to tell the rest of the world, keep out. This is not your problem. This is something we're going to deal with. They always did keep out. In this case, the line is getting a bit blurred between keeping out and getting involved. So I think there's an element of desperation in what he says, but also it is dangerous because we don't really know what sort of mental state he is in. But at the moment, it's just a piece of rhetoric. But believe me, the Western nations and intelligence agencies will be watching very, very closely for any movement of nuclear warheads in or around Russia.
Yeah, it's all just so fascinating. Michael, thank you very much indeed.
Who try to preserve their dignity. For almost a week, Ukraine is fighting under the bombs and missiles. Fighting in the face of armadas of hardware and countless crowds of enemies. They have come to the Ukrainian soil.
I did take a nap
not only to kill
for
some of us, not only to shift our course and priorities. They have come to deprive Ukraine of the very right to exist. They have come to resolve the Ukrainian issue, as their propagandists claimed. Just stop and think whether these words remind you of something.
Which was a mistake.
Yes, more than 80 years ago, another dictator tried to finally resolve the issue of another people.
Yes, it really is. It's about
he failed.
I did take a nap yesterday.
When the world responded in a resolute and united manner,
I felt like,
it was happened immediately. And the delay costed dozens of millions of people.
But it's tomorrow, right?
Are we ready to pay such a price now?
I want to hear the air raids.
Or is it time to demonstrate the unity of purpose and deeds already now? We appreciate all manifestations of such unity and solidarity with Ukraine. I would like to express gratitude to all member states that support Ukrainians in their battle for freedom. I would also like to thank those member states that accepted Ukrainian refugees, mostly women and children. More than 500,000 have already fled from Russian missiles and
I still
shells.
keep it open. I just closed the curtains because
I will not recite
hear
all
the
facts
arrows.
of new war crimes and crimes against humanity that the Russian troops have committed since my previous statement 2 days ago. The list is so long that it will run out of time. The crimes are so barbaric that it is difficult to comprehend.
But then it's nothing here. I mean, is it the whole city
Facing
or is it
the
just a neighborhood?
total resistance of the Ukrainian population, Putin's regime has proceeded to widespread use of indiscriminate weapons such as multiple rocket launchers and aerial bombs against the residential areas. Ukrainians are being killed by Russian ballistic missiles and thermobaric weapons. Just yesterday, Kiev, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Melitopol and many other cities and towns sustained heavy shellings that killed dozens of innocents, including children. Ukraine deeply regrets that a student from India has become a victim of this shelling by the Russian armed forces in Kharkiv. We offer our deepest sympathies to India and the relatives of the victim. A Chinese citizen was also injured in another Ukrainian city because of Russia's deadly attacks. The Ukrainian and foreign citizens have become hostages of the Russian armed aggression against Ukraine.
But it's the Air Force. Which
In
makes
Kiev,
they must
Russian
use those
murderers
mates.
hit the city TV tower, killing 5 passerbys. One of the missiles dropped on the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial, a sacred place of commemoration of Jews, Ukrainians, Roma, and representatives of other ethnic groups killed by Nazis during the World War II. What an irony when victims of Nazis are being killed for the second time by Nazi modern
Makes me
followers.
think they must have used those MiGs.
As the president of Ukraine asked, what was the point of repeating the slogan, never again, in 80 years? It's already clear that the goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide. On 7th and 8th of March 2022, the International Court of Justice will hold public hearings in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Ukraine versus Russian Federation. Also, the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has decided to proceed with opening of a formal investigation into the situation in Ukraine.
Bye.
Unprovoked escalation of Russian aggression against Ukraine gives reason to believe that crimes within the jurisdiction of the ICC continue to be committed on the territory of Ukraine. Along with the situation in Crimea and Donbass, recent events suggest that aggressors' troops continue to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity. Dear colleagues, one might consider observing the bloodshed in Ukraine that it is not my war. It is a mistake.
No problem. Take care.
The evil will never stop. It requires more and more space to conquer.
Breaking news in Romania.
If tolerated, it advances further and further. The draft resolution is one of the building blocks to build a wall to stop it. To stop in Ukraine and not to let it go further. The wall that will protect all of you.
Hi, sorry.
In particular, younger generations.
The
Distinguished
Romanians didn't want
delegates.
us anymore.
By voting today, you also reconfirm your
breaking
country's
news. I
commitment to the UN Charter. After the vote, I invite you, ambassadors and representatives, to stop by the Indonesian lounge and to sign this
Might get
little
proper snow
blue
tomorrow, like actual snow. sticking to the ground. Hello.
Little bar
I
of global
hung up
magnitude.
on my IFB. Hello, I do hear
Every
you.
vote in
the
favor
Romanians didn't want us anymore.
of the resolution and every signature of country that
Breaking
voted in
news,
favor
I understand.
would be a historical reconfirmation of the Charter. It is very easy, ladies and gentlemen, to sign the Charter
Yes, I do hear
at time
you.
of peace. It is the duty to sign and reconfirm and implement the Charter at the time of
We might
war.
get proper snow tomorrow, like actually sticking to the ground.
So stop by the Indonesian lounge, put the name of your country if you voted in favor. And
Hello,
after you
I
sign
do
this
hear you.
book, I will hand it over to the Secretary General for keeping the book in his office, in front of him. So at every single moment, the Secretary General will get an inspiration
Yes, I do hear you. I am ready. Yes.
from the overwhelming majority of nations who still trust in the UN, who still trust in the UN Charter. There is a very fragile gentleman,
No, but it's fine.
a very old one.
You can ask me anything.
He was born in a territory that was part of the Kingdom of Hungary.
I am ready. Yes.
He will celebrate his 102 years birthday in 9 days.
Hold on. Take a quick look.
His name is Benjamin Ferenc. Benjamin Ferenc was an investigator
fine.
of war crimes,
You can ask me anything.
a chief prosecutor at one of the 12 subsequent trials of Nuremberg. Later, he became an advocate of international rule of law and for the establishment of the International Criminal Court.
I think there are very few
With the
hopes that
permission
there will
of
be a
the
breakthrough, but to have any kind of
producer,
progress, the very fact that both sides are sitting
I
at
would
the
play
negotiating
a couple
table
of seconds of
is
his
at
votes.
least something, and that gives hope that
And I want
perhaps
you to
ultimately
listen
there will be a way out of the
very
crisis.
carefully.
I don't think anyone here believes that it's going
law,
to
not war.
put a
If you can
stop
do
to the
that, you
fighting
save
on the
every
ground.
day billions of
The
dollars,
city of
which you
Kharkiv
can
in
use
eastern
to
Ukraine has just been hit with
deal
a
with the
continual
legitimate complaints
bombardment
all
of
people
missile
who need
strikes and
medical
rocket
care,
strikes, many of them on
students who have to
residential
pay for
areas.
their tuition,
And I think what's
all
really
the legitimate
difficult for
complaints which
Ukrainians
could be
right now is
solved
the fact that the
if we
civilian
didn't
toll
spend the money
is
on
so
weapons
high.
to kill them
I think their
instead of
emergency
helping
service,
them.
there will be,
And
has
that
said
is the
today,
crisis.
to have any
Now, how are
kind
you
of
gonna do
progress,
it?
the very
Ukrainian
fact that
citizens
both
end
sides
by
have been
telling
killed,
you
not
how to
soldiers,
do it.
just
And the
ordinary
people
citizens,
have
at least
done
something.
things.
And that gives
country.
hope. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on the Ukrainian way out of going into this ceasefire. I don't think anyone here believes that it's going to how much of this put a fight and put a stop, especially knowing that the Russian offensive, the city of Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine has just been hit with a continual bombardment of missile strikes, rocket strikes, many of them on residential areas. And I think what's really difficult for Ukrainians right now is the fact that the civilian toll is so high. The Ukrainian Emergency Service has said today that at least 2,000 Ukrainian citizens have been killed, not soldiers.
Yeah,
just
I think it was very
ordinary
clear that
citizens.
at the very beginning,
That's
a
an
lot of
incredible
targets
number,
and specifically military airfield going into military installations to figure out, objective was how much of this can they Ukraine's ability to defend itself. That the Russian 7 days doesn't show any invasion at all, and none of the major cities have been captured by Russian troops. And I think that frustration is giving way to a new capital.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
To hit residential areas. You know, they may not intentionally be targeted, we don't know at this point. But what's clear, for example, is that the communications tower in Kiev.
We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/E/11/11/L1 entitled Aggression Against Ukraine.
And the objective was clearly
Before I open the floor for explanations of what before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations are limited to 10 minutes. They should be made by delegations from their seats.
is giving way.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation.
Residential area there. There's no explanations yet as to what happened or how many casualties. But what's clear, this is the kind of that the communication tower in Kyiv was here, and that also had the knock-on effect of damaging residential areas nearby, including the Holocaust memorial there, and it killed a family of 5.
Draft resolution
So these are the kinds of effects we're seeing now.
And we call
another question
on
is
you
why
not
residential
to
areas
support
are
this
being
draft.
hit. There is in particular an area north of
However,
Kyiv
we know
where 2 apartment
about the
buildings,
unprecedented
not just
pressure
apartments, but
our
entire
Western
buildings.
partners
Morale is
are
very high,
exerting
and by what
large
appeared to be a Russian strike, we don't know why exactly.
Urging them
Rallied
to
here to
vote
military installation
as
near
they
their
see
stream.
fit.
There's no explanations yet as to what happened, like how many selfies, the way he shoots them. But this is the kind of that new tactic that I think Kyiv, the next morning, he suddenly popped up on the streets of Kyiv to prove that he has survived and the city is still standing.
This document will not
And those
allow
kinds of
us
things
to
are a
end
huge boost for
military
morale.
activities. On the
But,
contrary,
of course,
it
as you
could
point out,
embolden
him being in the capital
and
is also putting him in danger.
Kiev radicals
and
and
as he is
nationalists
himself
to
admitted, he
continue
is
to
target
determine
number 1
the policy
for
of their
this
country
Russian
at any
offensive. So I think a lot of
price,
people are
holding
asking
peaceful
what happens
civilians
if
hostage,
he is
but
toppled,
not
if
in
the
the
morale is
figurative
very high,
sense of the
and
term, in the literal sense of it.
the
Now,
United States
that is what is happening in a series of cities in Ukraine where people are being used as human shields.
the way he shoots I don't, on the
Today,
night that
we've
what the
learned
fiercest
that
fight
in
in Kiev, the next morning he suddenly
Ukrainian
pumped up all the
military
streets
are
of
not
town to
giving
prove that I do
veterans
survive no matter
license
what.
to marry
Standing.
would
And those kinds of things are huge civilian resistance against any Russian installed in the capital. If anything, also putting the legacy of President Zelensky as he has been to unify the country against any kind of Russian occupation. So I think a lot of people is very difficult for Russia going forward the government with or without the capital
we
city
also
falls.
know about
The United States and the British governments have already
nationalist
asked him
battalions
to
are
move
planning
here to
provocations,
Lviv, where it is
which
safer
they
and
have
more
been
secure, but he has
with the
refused.
participation of
I
civilians,
don't,
so that
I don't know what the
then they
plan
can
is
accuse Russia
if the
of
capital
having
should
carried
fall
them out.
if he is captured. But
you.
I do think that no
Against
matter
norms
what,
of
there will
international
be a
humanitarian
civilian
law,
fierce
and
civilian resistance.
Military hardware is being placed
any,
in
one
Russian
more
areas as well as
stall.
rocket launchers
If anything,
and
the
artillery.
legacy of President Zelensky
Today,
has been to
we will
unify the
provide
country against
examples of
any
this
kind
to the
of
UN
Russian
leadership,
occupation.
who
So I think it would be
still
very difficult for Russia
asserting
to going
that
forward
they don't have
with
this kind
or
of
without our
evidence.
government in Kyiv.
Although videos taken by Ukrainian citizens are freely available on the internet. Responsibility for this fully lies with the Ukrainian authorities, much like for the irresponsible and criminal distribution of weapons to anyone who wants one, including those who have been released from prison. This has already led to many cases of robbery, murder and plundering. Colleagues, your refusal to support today's draft resolution is a vote
So at 12? Is that right?
for a peaceful Ukraine free from radicalism and neo-Nazism, living in peace with its neighbours and refusing to be managed from outside. This was the aim of our special military operation, who the sponsors of this resolution tried to present as aggression. We heard from the Ukrainian representative words about Nazism, but he didn't mention the rampant neo-Nazism in Ukraine itself and the rampant neo-Nazis and neo-nationalist radical organisations about torch-lit processions and those who support Hitler. Those who are interested in the development of the Ukrainian crisis and how it has developed very much understand where it came from. In actions today, we're trying to stop the 8-year war of the Maidan regime on the people of Donbass. Over the last years, our country has done everything it can, and things that are impossible to avoid this kind of scenario. We, according to the Secretary General, have left no stone unturned and knocked on every door. However, we were not listened to. Those living in Donbass are still being bombed. They don't plan on stopping at 14,000 victims, the vast majority of which are living in the LPR and DPR, were living in the LPR and DPR. The aim of our special operation is announced on the basis of Article 51 of the UN Charter and will be achieved. However, we are not carrying out strikes on civilian facilities and civilians. Don't believe the large number of fakes spread around the internet on this. These fakes have only distributed like biscuits at operation centres, special operations of Ukraine, and this centre was destroyed. A peaceful scenario for Ukraine could happen if the radicals concern about preserving civilian lives in their country rather than hiding behind them. This is a call in the text before the vote. There is no reference to this call in the text before us to vote on. Nothing is mentioned about the illegal coup in Kiev in February 2014, with the connivance of Germany, France and Poland, and with the support of the United States, where the legitimately elected president of the country was overthrown. This draft does not mention anything along the lines that the new nationalist authorities are limiting the rights of citizens to use the Russian language. This was a green light for a large chain of events of violations of the basic rights of those living in the east of the country, not only in the east of the country, including the most valuable right, that right to life. Many of you don't want to hear about this, about the tragedies happening in Ukraine after the Maidan coup in 2014. And those people who've burnt alive in Odessa, and the crimes of those who didn't agree, against those who didn't agree with them. And the most blatant example of this was the war against Donbass rolled out by Kiev. There's nothing in the document either that over the last 8 years, Europe and the US have been pumping the Ukraine with weapons so that people can kill civilians in Donbass. And the loyal authorities in Kiev are fully ignoring the Minsk agreements and sabotaging Security Council Resolution 2202. Finally, this draft is a clear attempt of those who, over the last decades, have committed huge numbers of aggressions, illegal and international law, as well as coups, one of which indeed was the Maidan coup in Ukraine. They present themselves as champions of international law. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Serbia.
Most sincerely regrets events taking place in the east of Europe. Russia and Ukraine have always been friendly country to the Republic of Serbia, and Serbian people perceives Russians and Ukrainians as fraternal nations. We felt loss of life for each man in Ukraine is true tragedy. The Republic of Serbia is committed to observing principles of territorial integrity and political independence of states as one of the basic principles of international law based on UN Charter and Final Act from Helsinki from 1975, which guarantees the right of states to inviolability of borders, just like it is committed to the preservation of sovereignty and integrity of its own territory. The Republic of Serbia likewise advocating respect for territorial integrity of other sovereign nations, and regardless of not agreeing with all formulation state in resolution, will vote in favor of a resolution. I am obliged to point to PP 13 and remind the first attack against a sovereign state on the soil of Europe after the Second World War took place not so long ago, in 1999, when 19 countries attacked, at that time, Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, primarily Republic of Serbia, when there was no appropriate reaction of such distinguished institution to this flagrant violation of UN Charter, despite the fact they still suffer from consequence of severe violation of fundamental principles of international law by others, Serbia is not giving up these principles even today. The Republic of Serbia will continue to advocate termination of conflicts, expecting that the parties will invest additional efforts into reaching diplomatic solution and creating conditions for peace throughout dialogue. Serbia will provide all kinds of humanitarian aid to endangered Ukrainian citizens while remaining committed to peace and consistent respect for international law. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Serbia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic. Sayyid Rais.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the draft resolution before us today clearly represents a prejudiced attitude based on political propaganda. It's a means of political pressure. Those who prepared the draft resolution incorporated an aggressive language against the Russian Federation to belittle its legitimate stand based on its security concerns and its right to protect its people from the threats to national Russian security. Belarus is also impacted by this draft resolution. This draft resolution represents a flagrant political hypocrisy. Had the US and its Western allies been serious in de-escalating the situation, they would have fulfilled the promises they undertook 3 decades ago, not to expand EU and transform Ukraine into a continuous threat to the Russian Federation. And they should have pressured Ukraine to abide by Minsk and to stop the violations against the civilians in Donbass, let alone those countries' eagerness to supply Ukraine with heavy weaponry and missiles, encouraging volunteers to fight in Ukraine. This indicates the clear-cut desire of those countries for provocations and not for containment and de-escalation. This draft resolution coincides with a huge media campaign to spread erroneous information and lies. It's not designed to find a clear-cut and real solution for the crisis, rather to defame the Russian Federation. It is a text that is full of loopholes and untruths. It ignores the real reasons for the escalation of tension and for the eruption of hostilities. Those who are eager to defend the Charter of the United Nations now today, they should have shown the same eagerness vis-à-vis Israel's continued occupation of the Arab territories and the aggression committed by the Turkish forces against our territory. What about the US violations of the territorial integrity of our land, Syrian territories? Syria's rejection of Western hegemonistic policies and interference in the internal affairs of the states prolongating crises, promulgating and spreading anarchy, opting for double standards and selectivities, imposing unilateral sanctions, make it necessary for us to reject this draft resolution and vote against it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Mr. President, it is clear from the debate over the past 2 days that the membership of the United Nations is united in its call to end the war in Ukraine and return to diplomacy. St. Vincent and the Grenadines wishes to offer an explanation of its vote on the draft resolution before us today. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will vote in favor of the draft resolution. We will vote in accordance with our steadfast commitment to upholding the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, which form the core of multilateralism and gave birth to our United Nations 76 years ago. It bears repeating, Mr. President, that these principles underscore respect for sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of states and enjoin member states to refrain from the threat or the use of force in the conduct of their international relations. Our support for the draft resolution is rooted in our conviction that the strict adherence to international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law, and the principles of peace, dialogue, and compromise for the preservation of humanity is not optional. As a small island developing state, full compliance with the bedrock principles of international law remains an existential issue. We take the floor again, Mr. President, to repeat our call for these principles to be applied consistently and upheld as universal truths, instead of selective, uneven, and unpredictable tools to further great power ambition anywhere and by anyone. Historically, and in recent times, we have witnessed the naked hypocrisy, double standards, and cynical misapplication of international law, which we have condemned. Today, we strongly emphasize that our august assembly should apply the fundamental principles of our charter impartially, irrespective of the size, economic, and military power of the principles involved. Mr. President, in the midst of prevailing global challenges, such as the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, we simply cannot afford another conflict. War does not manage grievances. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, therefore, calls for an immediate ceasefire to avert further bloodshed, human suffering, and a global catastrophe, and to engage in peaceful dialogue to find a solution to this war post-haste. Today, we must unite for peace. Thank you, and peace profound to all.
I thank the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote before the vote. Before proceeding to take a decision on draft resolution A/ES-11/L1, I wish to address the question concerning the majority required for the adoption of the draft resolution. In light of Article 18, paragraph 2 and 3 of the Charter of the United Nations, is there any objection to taking action on draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 by a two-thirds majority of the members present and voting? I see no objection. The two-thirds majority of members present and voting is therefore required for the adoption of draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 L1. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 entitled Aggression Against Ukraine. For your information, the draft resolution has closed for e-sponsorship. I now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Mr. President, I should like to announce that since the submission of draft resolution and in addition to delegations listed on the LDAC, the following countries have also become the co-sponsors of A/ES-11/L11, Barbados and Cambodia. If any other country wish to co-sponsor A/ES-11/L1, please signify by pressing the microphone button now.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES/11/L1, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The General Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 entitled Aggression Against Ukraine. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. The result of The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 41, against 5, abstentions 35. Draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 is adopted. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote after the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Tunisia voted in favor of the draft resolution in support of the principles and values of the UN Charter on which our foreign policy is based. We would like to emphasize that the crisis must be settled by peaceful means, which is the ideal solution to prevent further aggravation of the situation and further human tragedy. The world witnessed so many grueling wars destructive to peace and security and the life of people. Our experience indicates that military options cannot solve any crisis. Dialogue and negotiations can settle all differences and finding compromises. The current crisis in Ukraine comes at a time the world was getting out of COVID-19 and prepare itself for a new stage based on solidarity, cooperation, and effective engagement in multilateral action and achieving our common agenda. We believe that the world cannot undertake or cannot burden itself by further crises. We encouraged the engagement of the parties in peaceful negotiations, and we urge the international community to intensify efforts to obligate these parties to resort to negotiations in a manner to cease hostilities and to prepare the way for finding permanent solution. Given the fact that international peace and security are a whole, Tunisia calls for dealing with all just questions in one standard so that peoples can regain their legitimate rights in accordance with international legitimacy to build a more stable, more peaceful world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tunisia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, Rwanda takes the floor to explain its position on the vote we just cast. Rwanda voted in favor of this resolution to firmly support that sovereignty, independence, and interior integrity of any country must be respected. We supported this resolution to reaffirm our commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, military escalation should cease immediately and go for peaceful settlement of the crisis. The Russian Federation and Ukraine have the key to resolve this conflict. The external intervention will only worsen the situation. Mr. President, we fully support international efforts to de-escalate the war, including the efforts of the Secretary General in solving the crisis. We urge all concerned parties to demonstrate calm and seek a solution to the conflict through dialogue to ensure that civilians do not continue to pay the heaviest price. A lasting solution, Mr. President, will only be achieved through dialogue by both parties, taking into account the concerns of both sides. The current war does not guarantee that it will bring peace. Instead, it's likely to generate subsequent crises and human suffering. Rwanda also expresses serious concern with the extent of humanitarian devastation and peace and security challenges caused by the conflict. We are also concerned by the reports that Africans are being racially segregated and denied safe exit and admission to neighboring countries. We call on all those who are involved to allow unhindered evacuation without looking at the color of origin of anyone. Mr. President, the founding principles of the United Nations Charter is to live peacefully with each other, uphold the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states while considering the security interests of other countries. Diplomatic options present the better solution to the sustainable peace. We call for open dialogue and negotiations in good faith. Finally, Mr. President, Rwanda calls for a sincere commitment to the United Nations Charter and international order. The ongoing crisis poses a severe threat to international peace and security. We encourage concerned parties to give a chance to peace. We wish to underline that a long-lasting solution to the current crisis primarily lands and is in the hands of both Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Dialogue is the only option to resolve the current crisis. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Rwanda, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there continues to be dramatic changes of the situation in Ukraine. What is now unfolding is indeed heart-wrenching. China's basic position on the Ukraine issue is consistent and unequivocal. We always believe that all countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity should be respected, and that international disputes should be resolved peacefully in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. The top priority right now is to ease the situation on the ground as much as possible and prevent the situation from escalating or even getting out of control. Russia and Ukraine have already held their first round of negotiations. Despite their differences, both sides have shown their willingness to continue the negotiations. China welcomes this. Faced with the highly complex and sensitive situation, China once again calls on the international community to stick to the overall direction of a political settlement and foster an enabling atmosphere and conditions for direct dialogue and negotiations between the parties concerned. Mr. President, any action taken by the United Nations and the relevant parties should give priority to regional peace and stability and the universal security of all parties, and should play a positive role for de-escalation and diplomatic solutions. Regrettably, the draft resolution submitted to this emergency special session for vote has not undergone full consultations with the whole membership, nor does it take into full consideration the history and the complexity of the current crisis. It does not highlight the importance of the principle of indivisible security or the urgency of promoting political settlement and stepping up diplomatic efforts. These are not in line with China's consistent position. Therefore, we had no choice but to abstain in the voting. Mr. President, the final settlement of the Ukraine crisis requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, abandoning the logic of ensuring one's own security at the expense of others' security, and abandoning the approach of seeking regional security by expanding military blocs. It is important to give full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and on that basis, conduct negotiations to put in place a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. Blindly exerting pressure and imposing sanctions and creating division and confrontation will only further complicate the situation, result in a rapid spillover of the negative impact of the crisis, and affect even more countries. We call on the international community to take a responsible approach, promote the relevant parties to immediately return to the track of political settlement, and seek a comprehensive solution to the Ukraine issue through dialogue and consultation. China is ready to continue its constructive role in this regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, the delegation of Sierra Leone has requested for the floor to explain its position on the agenda item and vote on the resolution. The government of Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the regrettable serious situation created in Ukraine with ramifications for regional and international peace and security. Sierra Leone also expresses serious concern over the growing refugee and humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, and particularly the safety and well-being of Sierra Leonean students in Ukraine. In appreciating efforts to provide the necessary safety and refuge, it is important for all those fleeing the conflict to be treated equally and with dignity, without discrimination, whether on the basis of race or status. a blanket denial is not the answer, nor representative of the values we seek to protect. Mr. President, Sierra Leone voted in favor of the resolution based on our fundamental belief in the sanctity of the United Nations Charter, its principles, and the purposes of the organization. Our vote today is not a selective application of our fundamental belief in the principles of sovereign equality of all UN member states, the territorial integrity or political independence of member states, non-interference, and the peaceful settlement of dispute. Our vote today is not to absolve the actions and inactions of the United Nations, particularly in addressing peace and security questions in Africa. While we believe that the United Nations must be consistent in the application of its charter and in pursuit of its purposes, we sought into the threat or use of force and the violation of the territorial integrity of any member state inconsistent with the charter must be rejected. Sierra Leone accordingly calls for the full respect of the national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We also call for the immediate cessation of hostilities, and in this regard, we welcome the commencement of ceasefire talks, and we urge for the continuation of the talks in a meaningful way. Finally, we also urge for good faith diplomatic efforts to resolve the conflict. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand has carefully considered the draft and voted in support of the resolution because of the overriding importance that Thailand attaches to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and those of international law, in particular, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the non-use of force against states. Our support of the resolution also underlines our deep concerns for the plight of affected civilians and the humanitarian consequences of the hostilities and violence in the area. In this regard, we call on all parties to fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law. We are also concerned with the potential longer-term consequences on the rules-based international order and renew our call towards peace and for all parties to enhance dialogue through various means to truly realize a peaceful settlement of the situation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, we recognize the exceptional circumstances we are all facing, and we share the conviction that the General Assembly could not remain silent. The resolution adopted this morning conveys a message, and Brazil has added its voice to that of other members. The adoption of this resolution by the General Assembly shows the unwavering commitment of the international community to upholding the core principles upon which the UN is built. We are appreciative of the attention given in different paragraphs of the text to the critical need to monitor and alleviate the humanitarian situation on the ground. We also welcome the text for urging the parties to the conflict to fully respect international humanitarian law, to guarantee the safety of civilians, as well as of humanitarian and medical personnel, and to facilitate unhindered access of humanitarian assistance to those in need. The resolution as adopted, however, does not go far enough in underscoring that a cessation of hostilities is only a first step to achieve peace. Sustainable peace needs additional steps. In this respect, it is regrettable that the supportive role of the United Nations, that the United Nations can and should play, has been left by the wayside in the eagerness to point fingers. Yes, the resolution is a call for peace by the international community, but peace requires more than the silence of guns and the withdrawal of troops. The path to peace requires comprehensive work on the security concerns of the parties. The only precondition should be an immediate ceasefire. Mr. President, the resolution cannot be seen as permissive towards the indiscriminate application of sanctions and the deployment of arms. These initiatives are not conducive to the proper resumption of a constructive diplomatic dialogue and risk further escalating tensions with unpredictable consequences to the region and beyond. We also have concerns about preambular paragraph 15. It is not constructive, at this moment fraught with danger, in this particular resolution, to comment on military measures adopted by any specific nuclear power, be it the Russian Federation or the members of NATO. Once effective negotiations do get started, all the parties must show true flexibility and spirit of compromise. Lasting solutions can only be achieved at the negotiating table through committed dialogue. Brazil continues to urge all actors to de-escalate and to renew efforts in favor of a negotiated diplomatic agreement between Ukraine and Russia that contributes to the establishment of the security and the stability of the region. We stand ready to resolutely work in favor of peace in the discussions in this Assembly, in the Security Council, and in other fora. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. This emergency special session comes as the conflict in Ukraine has reached a dangerous inflection point. The international community is alarmed by developments on the ground, and this is the clear message of today's resounding vote. The humanitarian situation is worsening by the day. We have seen reports of rapidly growing civilian casualties and massive displacement, the extent of which Europe has not experienced in decades. The UAE is deeply concerned by these developments. Our collective responsibility must, however, be towards exhausting all efforts and using all diplomatic channels to prevent a further deterioration of the humanitarian situation. We remain firm in that belief more than ever before. Yesterday, the UAE pledged $5 million in response to the UN's humanitarian flash appeal. We know that in the days, weeks, and months ahead, more must be done. The credibility of this organization, born out of the ashes of World War II, rests on its universal representation and its effectiveness in applying the principles that we all uphold. However, as this conflict has revealed, the clear and full voice of the United Nations has only grown harder to summon because it is not equally applied. Despite deepening divisions, now is time to take a step back, identify diplomatic off-ramps, and engage constructively to end this conflict. It is also a time to summon our reserves of wisdom and experience to guide the way forward. Global solidarity means doing more than focusing on conflicts in some parts of the world while ignoring others. We need to shift our mindset from conflict management to conflict resolution. Our collective security depends on it. Let this crisis be the wake-up call. The future of this organization may rest on that. We all need to galvanize UN efforts to promote the dialogue, work towards an end to the hostilities, and address the humanitarian situation for those most desperately in need. The UAE recognizes the need to meet this moment with renewed diplomacy and leadership, and put the needs of the people on the ground at the center of our efforts. The avenues for dialogue must, however, remain open more urgently than ever before, and we must pursue them together. Mr. President, right now we recognize that this resolution adopted here today is a necessary signal of where we need to be going. Resigning ourselves to a cycle of perpetual violence and sanctions that only adds to the suffering of civilians diminishes us all. We voted for this resolution, and we join with member states in making this appeal to peace, a just peace that endures by recognizing the legitimate concerns of all parties and also abides by the UN's charters of principles and independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity. This resolution, however, as others have said, is not enough for a sustainable peace. Resolution of this conflict requires dialogue and effective diplomacy. This text represents the determination of member states to respond to the conflict today in Ukraine. That is the call that rings clearly from this meeting. We must now turn to finding ways to bring about its peaceful resolution with full respect for and commitment to real and engaged diplomacy. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. India has been deeply concerned over the rapidly deteriorating situation in Ukraine and the ensuing humanitarian crisis. An Indian national was tragically killed in Kharkiv yesterday due to the ongoing hostilities. We express our deepest condolences to his family and to that of each and every innocent civilian who has lost his or her life in this conflict. We demand safe and uninterrupted passage for all Indian nationals, including our students who are still stranded in Ukraine, particularly from Kharkiv and other cities in the conflict zones. Many member states share this concern. We have reiterated this demand to both the Russian Federation and Ukraine. This remains our foremost priority. Ensuring the well-being and safety of our citizens is the basic duty of every government. We have therefore instituted special flights to bring back Indians home from conflict zones. My government has deployed senior ministers as special envoys to countries neighboring Ukraine to facilitate evacuation. We thank all neighboring countries of Ukraine for opening their borders and extending all facilities to our embassies at this time. India has already dispatched humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. This includes medicines, medical equipment, and other relief material. We are sending more such tranches in the coming days. India supports the international community's call for an immediate ceasefire. We also support safe humanitarian access to conflict zones. We remain firm in our conviction that differences can only be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. Prime Minister Modi has unequivocally conveyed this in his discussions with world leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. He underscored the urgent imperative for humanitarian access and movement of stranded civilians. We therefore sincerely hope that the second round of talks between the Russian Federation and Ukraine will lead to a positive outcome. India urges that all member states demonstrate their commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. Keeping in view the totality of the evolving situation, India decided to abstain. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bahrain.
Thank you, President. We voted in favour of the draft resolution A/ES/11/L1 based on our strong conviction of the importance of the principles of the UN Charter, particularly the principles of good neighbourliness and peaceful resolution of conflicts, but also the principle of respect for the independence and territorial integrity of all countries. The Kingdom of Bahrain underscores its support for all efforts that seek to end hostilities and for dialogue to resume and use all diplomatic means necessary to achieve peace. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bahrain, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Eritrea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eritrea is taking the floor in explanation of vote after the vote on the draft resolution A/ES/11/L1. Eritrea firmly believes that respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, as enshrined in the United Nations Charter, are sacrosanct principles and should be respected by everyone at all times for the attainment of sustainable world peace. Eritrea's vote is demonstration of its uncompromising stand for peace. Its position is against internationalizing, incessant rhetoric, and imposition of unilateral sanctions, which regrettably further polarize international relations and escalate the situation with enormous implications for civilians. Instead, we have consistently opted for world regions to be given the needed space and solidarity to address political problems. The situation between Russia and Ukraine raises serious concern with political, economic, and security ramifications for Europe and the rest of the world. It requires immediate resolution by giving more chance to diplomacy. We hope that the ongoing talks between the two parties on the Belarusian border yields a quick and acceptable agreement to stop the war and pave a foundation for peace in the region. Eritrea opposes all forms of unilateral sanctions as illegal and counterproductive. Eritrea, as a country that has been subjected to such measures by the West for 2 decades, including new sets of unilateral measures, understands that sanctions do not resolve problems of peace and security. On the contrary, they only hurt innocent people and undermine the road to peace. It will be remiss if I don't address disturbing reports that African citizens living in Ukraine are facing difficulty to cross the borders. We call on all countries to facilitate safe passage to people fleeing for safety regardless of their racial identity. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by reiterating that, that Eritrea would like to see that the windows for diplomacy remain open. We are confident of the ability of the parties to resolve their differences and reach an outcome that meets the interests and concern of all. We hope that the international community constructively support the parties in their search for sustainable peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Eritrea, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran is following the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine with grave concern. We reiterate our principled position regarding the need for peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law and underline the need for full respect by all parties for the well-established provisions of the United Nations Charter, international law, including international humanitarian law. We emphasize that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be fully respected and the safety and security of all civilians must be guaranteed. In order to find long-term and sustainable solutions to such crises, it is necessary to address their root causes. We note that the current complexities in the fragile region of Eastern Europe have been exacerbated by the provocative actions and decisions of the US and NATO. The security concerns of Russia must be respected. Wars and destructions inflicted on civilian lives and infrastructures are not acceptable, wherever they occur. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls for urgent cessation of hostilities and the escalation of tensions in the current conflict. In this regard, Iran underlines the essentiality of dialogue to address issues of concerns to all sides, leading to long-term results. The UN must always avoid double standards, particularly when it's considering issues related to the maintenance of international peace and security. It is unfortunate to note that the UN, in particular the Security Council, has at times neglected this principle, which has undermined its credibility. A case in point is the Security Council's handling of the conflict in Yemen. Mr. President, we believe that the text of the resolution before the General Assembly lacks impartiality and realistic mechanisms for resolving the crisis through peaceful means. Furthermore, not all member states of the UN were given the opportunity to engage in negotiations on the text of the resolution. It should be emphasized that the General Assembly is not in a position to determine the existence of an act of aggression because, in addition to Article 39 of the Charter, GA Resolution 3314 of 14 December 1974 calls on the Security Council to determine the existence of an act of aggression. Moreover, convening the emergency special session based on the General Assembly Resolution 377A shall not be considered as the end of the dialogue. My government continues to call for a comprehensive, peaceful and sustained resolution to the current conflict, including an immediate ceasefire and a start of the dialogue, as well as provision of humanitarian assistance to the people in need. For the above-mentioned reasons, my delegation abstained from voting on the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Egypt would like to reiterate the following points with regards to the draft resolution that has been adopted and for which we have voted positively out of our belief in the principles and values of international law and the goals of the UN Charter. First, finding a swift political settlement to end this crisis through dialogue and peaceful means and through an active diplomacy should be our common goal and should remain the goal of the whole international community when dealing in the current crisis. And we should also allow room to achieve this main goal through our endeavors. Second, Egypt reiterates that we should not disregard the necessity of dealing with the root causes of the current crisis and dealing with them in order to defuse the crisis and achieve peace and stability. 3. Egypt rejects the exploitation of economic sanctions outside the multilateral international mechanisms because previous experiences have shown that such sanctions can have dire humanitarian consequences and lead to escalating the sufferings of civilians. 4. All parties should live up to their responsibilities and guarantee the flow of humanitarian assistance to all those in need without any form of discrimination, and they should also guarantee the free movement of the residents across the borders because we have had reports of discriminatory treatments in that regard. 5. Egypt warns of the economic and social consequences of the current crisis on the global economy. The global economy is still suffering the consequences of the pandemic, and the disruption in the supply chains and the international aviation is the best proof. 6. The effectiveness and credibility of the international multilateral mechanisms in facing the different crises and challenges depends on how we deal with all the international crises based on the same standards and criteria in line with the UN Charter and its objectives, without consecrating the status quo and humanitarian sufferings for decades. And thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to deliver the explanation of vote of my country, Algeria. في الوقت الذي يتابع فيه بلاد
At a time when my country, Algeria, is closely following the development of the situation and the escalation in Ukraine, my delegation would like to emphasize once again that Algeria is committed to the principles and the objectives of the United Nations, which should remain the basis of international law and a cornerstone in international relations, especially the respect of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the member states according to the international legitimacy and the right of people to self-determination. And in line with our positions calling for enhancing multilateralism and safeguarding it, and also in line with our commitment to developing amicable relationships among countries based on peaceful coexistence and the peaceful settlement of conflicts and the mutual respect of international commitments and security guarantees, my country, Algeria, can only join all the other efforts and diplomatic calls aiming at de-escalating the current situation and adopting dialogue in order to foster peaceful coexistence among nations to safeguard international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of United Republic of Tanzania.
Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania has decided to abstain this resolution as a matter of principle and in defense of the UN Charter. Fundamentally, this decision resulted from our inability to amend or make reservations to some provisions in the resolution. We were convinced that there was a need to adjust the draft resolution. The United Republic of Tanzania believes that diplomacy is the best way to end this conflict. To this end, we appeal to all parties to the dispute to uphold human rights and their obligations under international law and humanitarian law, to de-escalate the conflict and give peace a chance. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank you for giving us the opportunity to take the floor to elaborate on South Africa's decision to abstain on today's resolution. Mr. President, let me reiterate our position expressed during the discussions of the emergency special session over the last few days. Firstly, by highlighting that South Africa remains deeply concerned by the escalation of conflict in Ukraine and the regional and international socio-economic implications. We strongly urge all sides to uphold international law, including humanitarian law and human rights law, as well as the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, the conflict involves two members of the United Nations in an armed conflict, which this organization has at its foundation the responsibility to prevent. The United Nations, therefore, must take decisions and actions that will lead to a constructive outcome conducive to the creation of sustainable peace between the parties. The resolution that we have considered today does not create an environment conducive for diplomacy, dialogue, and mediation. While we agree with and support the efforts taken by member states to bring to the attention of the international community the situation in Ukraine, South Africa feels that greater attention should have been paid to bringing the sides closer to dialogue. For South Africa, the text in its current form could drive a deeper wedge between the parties rather than contributing to a resolution of conflict. The resolution should have welcomed the commencement of negotiations between the parties. Additionally, the role of the Security Council, as well as the good offices of the UN Secretary General, could have been given more prominence in the resolution. It is understood that one of the root causes of conflict is related to the security concerns of the parties. This should have been addressed in the resolution. Even though this emergency special session of the General Assembly is being held after the failure of the Security Council to address the matter, we believe that the Security Council should still be urged to play its role as mandated by the Charter to maintain international peace and security. South Africa believes that the UN, especially in the context of emergency special sessions, whose nature and significance speak to the gravity of the issues we bring before the international community, should be used as a platform to build bridges, address the divergence of views, provide recommendation and support for the parties to engage with a spirit of compromise, while de-escalating tensions, committing to the cessation of hostilities, and building trust and confidence. Unfortunately, the text before us did not do that. South Africa will have also preferred an open and transparent process to negotiate the resolution today. This would have allowed all of us, as equal members of the Assembly, to present our views and ideally reach a level of understanding before the text was tabled. As member states of the organization committed to global peace and development, we must continue to work together to promote peace. Gestures that merely create the impression of promoting peace without meaningful action will not assist. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Lebanon voted yes on this resolution because Lebanon, a founding member of the United Nations, believes in the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, especially the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations, the principle of non-intervention, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Mr. President, these are not merely slogans for Lebanon. We lived through invasions, occupation, intervention in Lebanon's internal affairs, and experienced devastation, loss, and pain that we are still enduring its consequences today. That's why our decision today was not taken lightly. We know what happens in wars, but we also know that wars happen not only when people fail to prevent them, but most importantly, when the voices of war drown the cries for peace. Lebanon, a peace-loving nation, enjoys a good relationship and friendships with all parties to this conflict, with Russia and Ukraine. And in this spirit, we call on everybody to go back to the logic of peace. Mr. President, yesterday, a European colleague told me he has never lived through war. I was happy for him. I lived through at least 2 invasions, a civil war, multiple assassinations and explosions. That's why, Mr. President, I don't want anybody to live in what we lived through. It's time for diplomacy, for dialogue, and a peaceful resolution of this conflict. I hope that all my colleagues here in this GA hall will put the same energy and commitment that was put to make this vote and its result a reality, to start working for a peaceful resolution that takes both sides' concerns and interests into consideration, so the world will step away from this abyss of war. Mr. President, the preamble of the United Nations Charter tells us, quote, to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Now we need this unity. Unity for peace. The United Nations is well positioned to step up and step in to make this peace a reality. Now we need to stop the escalation in words and deeds and help both sides to take the path of peace for the sake not only the two sides, but for the sake of our world. Mr. President, we in the Middle East are very concerned about this war because of its impact on Europe, but also because we know from experience what happens in Europe does not stay in Europe. That the last two world wars left deep scars in our part of the world, obliterated countries and hopes, and we are still living its aftermath today. I hope, Mr. President, we all learn the lessons of the last wars, and I hope that from this moment we start working only for peace. Peace in our time, peace in all time, as a former president of the United States said. Mr. President, I agree with Albert Camus in his speech upon receiving the Nobel Peace Prize in Literature in 1957, that probably, and this is a quote, every generation sees itself as charged with remaking the world. Mine, however, knows that it will not remake the world, but its task is perhaps even greater, for it consists in keeping the world from destroying itself. This is the same responsibility bestowed on us as the Charter instructed us to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Mr. President, as a member of the family of nations, Malaysia is committed to the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations and the ideals it espouses. We reiterate the inviolability of the fundamental principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country, and peaceful settlement of disputes in the maintenance of international peace and security, as well as global prosperity. All parties must uphold these fundamental and sacrosanct principles of the UN Charter and international law that guide the conduct of friendly relations between nations and peaceful coexistence. Many will agree that the resolution before us is far from perfect. While my delegation continues to have concerns with some of the language contained in the resolution, Malaysia voted in favor of it as a matter of principle and out of our strong conviction of the aforementioned principles. Mr. President, Malaysia values its strong and close relation with Ukraine and Russia. We believe the differences and legitimate security concerns of both parties, given the complex geopolitical context, must be addressed through dialogue and peaceful means in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter and rule of law. In this context, we welcome the direct talks held between Russia and Ukraine in Belarus and urge both sides to continue on the peaceful path to prevent further loss of life and destruction. From the vivid discussion at this emergency special session, what stood out glaringly to us as an overwhelming desire for the current conflict to be peacefully resolved. The Assembly has spoken with a clear and fervent voice on the matter today. Now, more than ever, the Security Council has to live up to its primary responsibility as the custodian of international peace and security. Malaysia calls on the Security Council to spare no effort in resolving this conflict. Mr. President, the future of humanity is at a precipice. Humanity must prevail, and peace is the only answer. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malaysia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my delegation is distressed by the ongoing violence and conflict in Ukraine. Conflict anywhere inflicts stress everywhere. Nepal is a peace-loving country, as its soil is consecrated by the birth of Lord Buddha, an apostle of peace. For us, values of peace, harmony, and peaceful coexistence are our way of life, so they are supremely precious. Norms of world peace, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-aggression as enshrined in the UN Charter are the fundamentals of our foreign policy. The use of force against Ukraine goes contrary to these values and principles. Nepal opposes this violation of international law and the principles of UN Charter. Mr. President, there is no alternative to diplomacy and dialogue, to building peace and sustaining it. Nepal welcomes the second round of talk between Russia and Ukraine. We urge both sides to continue the dialogue with utmost sincerity and integrity to resolve this conflict peacefully and find a lasting political solution for their enduring peace and peace for the Europe. Based on Nepal's principled position on the inviolability of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of any state under international law, rules-based international order, and United Nations Charter, my delegation has voted yes on the draft resolution that was before us today. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have requested the floor to justify our vote. Iraq abstained in this vote on resolution A/ES-11/L1. Iraq regrets the deterioration of the situation and the escalating tensions between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. And Iraq calls upon all parties to settle this conflict by giving priority to dialogue and through the diplomatic means. And we invite them to go back to negotiations in order to solve their concerns and in order to safeguard international peace and security, and not to threaten the world with economic and political crises resulting from this situation. Iraq expresses its grave concern over the possibility for the terrorists of exploiting this crisis and the expected division in the international community. This would hinder the international efforts and our joint endeavors aiming at preventing terrorism and violent extremism. Iraq has decided to abstain because of our historical background in Iraq and because of our sufferings resulting from the continuing wars against our peoples. Iraq, and in principle, does not support wars as a settlement mechanism. And we reiterate that all conflicts should be settled peacefully in order to safeguard the lives of civilians. Iraq calls upon all parties to uphold the UN Charter and international law, and emphasizes the necessity of safeguarding the security and safety of the international staff and the humanitarian workers. And thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iraq, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jordan has voted for the draft resolution that has been adopted in order to emphasize the sovereignty of states and their territorial integrity and political independence, and because we believe that force should not be used in international relations because it goes against the provisions of international law and the UN Charter. Jordan hopes that we will be de-escalating tensions in order to reach a peaceful settlement of this conflict, and that both parties will sit together on the negotiation table in order to reach such a peaceful settlement. We also hope that international efforts will be intensified on both the political and diplomatic levels to assist the parties to end this crisis, and in order to avoid the dire consequences that have risen and could arise out of this conflict. And we would like to reiterate that all parties, and I insist all parties, should respect the international humanitarian law, human rights, and the international refuge law without any discrimination. To conclude, Jordan would like to remind of the necessity of respecting the international law provisions and the UN Charter, whereas force should not be used against other countries and peoples, and should not be used against the right to self-determination, and that a single standard should be implemented regardless of the region concerned and without any discrimination in implementing international criteria and standards. And we hope that this would lead to an effective dialogue inside the organization in order to implement this approach and to assess the current approach and to reach our common goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the distinguished representative of Jordan. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after the vote. We will now hear statements after the adoption of the resolution. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, last week the UN Security Council was prevented to act against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression on Ukraine because of one isolated vote, that of the Russian Federation. Immediately after that, we initiated work to ensure that this body, where the countries of the world can all speak up, lives up to its responsibility. Over the past few days, the European Union has worked hand in hand with Ukraine and countries from all parts of the world to prepare the resolution just adopted. We thank all countries that have supported it. The decision is clear. The world has spoken. The Russian government must immediately stop the aggression, withdraw its troops, and abide by the rules of the UN Charter. Applies to all, equally. Over the past days, the brutality of Russia's invasion with the complicity of Belarus has reached unimaginable levels, with indiscriminate attacks against Ukrainian cities causing death and destruction among civilians in complete disregard of international law. Distinguished colleagues and friends, this is not just about Ukraine. This is not just about Europe. This is about defending an international order based on rules we have all signed up to, the sovereign equality of all states, large and small. This is about whether we choose tanks and missiles or dialogue and diplomacy. Today's historic vote clearly shows Russia's isolation from the rest of the international community. By voting overwhelmingly in favor of the resolution, we have chosen to defend peace where Russia has chosen brutal aggression. We have chosen to defend this organization and its charter where Russia has violated the fundamentals of both. Russia stands increasingly alone. The European Union and the world stand with the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, from all corners of the world we have come together to send a resounding yes to uphold international law and the UN Charter, A resounding yes to the principle of the sovereign equality of all UN member states. A resounding yes to the need to respect the territorial integrity, sovereignty and political independence of all UN member states. A resounding message to Ukraine and all Ukrainians. In the words of a colleague who spoke yesterday, you are not alone. We stand with you today, tomorrow, and until peace prevails and Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity are fully restored and respected. We have also sent a clear message to Russia and to Belarus. Stop the aggression now. Full stop. What you are doing is unacceptable. It is wrong. Your unprovoked aggression against Ukraine is a violation of the core principles that you signed up to when you laid the foundation of this very organization, of this community of nations. Your invasion of Ukraine deserves our strongest condemnation. You will be held accountable, and every legal avenue available must and will be used to hold the aggressor to account. You must stop the war immediately. You must return your troops to Russia. You must return to the path of peace, of genuine dialogue. It is not too late to stop. It is not too late to reverse the course. It is not too late for you to return to this community where we believe, with all our faults and imperfections, in the principle of the sovereign equality of all. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned by the grave unfolding humanitarian crisis. We demand that all parties fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and human rights law, protect civilians and critical civilian infrastructure, and ensure the safe, rapid and unhindered humanitarian access and passage. Humanitarian and medical personnel, as well as hospitals and other medical facilities, must be protected. Mr. President, thousands of civilians have been killed, more have been injured, and close to 1 million innocent civilians have been forced to flee across borders. Even more have been internally displaced inside Ukraine. They are in need of help and assistance, without delay, without hindrance and preconditions. And we take this opportunity to salute and express our deepest respect, appreciation and admiration for the generous assistance and protection that Ukraine's neighbors have shown to all those fleeing the conflict, men, women and children from all corners of the world. Once again, we conclude by echoing the words of a peaceful protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for convening this historic emergency special session of the General Assembly, a session that was called because the Security Council failed once again to fulfill its primary responsibility. A session that was convened due to the unjustified, illegal and illegitimate act of aggression against a founding member of the United Nations by a permanent member of the very organ entrusted by the entire membership with preserving peace and security. A session that was held as a result of the use of veto power by the very member that's perpetrating the aggression. Mr. President, we are obliged to reiterate, Russia's ongoing military offensive against Ukraine blatantly violates the fundamental rules of international law and the principles on which this august organization was founded. Rules and principles that aim to prevent wars and protect mankind from disastrous consequences. Consequences that we are unfortunately witnessing in and around Ukraine due to Russia's attacks. The international community could not have been a spectator to such an act of aggression. I am proud that as of today, it is not. With today's resolution, The United Nations emphasizes loud and clear that it stands against egregious violations of the independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political unity of fellow member states. The membership is committed to preserving the our organization. Once again, we call on Russia the demands of the global community and heed its people's pleas to stop its military operations, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, reverse its decision regarding the areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine and its annexation of Crimea, and return to diplomacy and dialogue without delay. We also reiterate our call for an immediate humanitarian pause. The peoples of the world hold their breath and wait with hope to see the march to the precipice halt. It is still not too late to go back to the negotiating table with serious engagement. Mr. President, as a neighbor and friend of both the Russian and the Ukrainian people, Turkey stands ready to facilitate the peaceful settlement of the conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. We still have 9 more countries member states who wish to speak. Therefore, we have heard the last speaker in statements after adoption. For this meeting, we shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon in this hall at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. I declare open the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. A note by the Secretary General on the convening of the Emergency Special Session has been circulated in document A/ES-11/1. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear a mask or a face covering at all times whilst in public space and in the General Assembly Hall except when directly addressing the meeting. And the size of a delegation for member states, observer states and the European Union should not exceed 4 persons, and for other observers 1 person in this hall. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of a fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the third and the fourth balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. I now invite representatives to stand and observe 1 minute of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. I should now like to draw the Assembly's attention to Rule 63, which states, notwithstanding the provisions of any other rule and unless the General Assembly decides otherwise, the Assembly, in case of an emergency special session, shall convene in plenary meeting only and proceed directly to consider the item proposed for consideration in the request for the holding of the session, without previous reference to the General Committee or to any other committee. The President and Vice Presidents for such emergency special sessions shall be, respectively, the Chairman of those delegations from which were elected the President and Vice Presidents of the previous session. I shall repeat the first part of that rule. Notwithstanding the provisions of any other rule and unless the General Assembly decides otherwise. If there is no objection, I shall take that the General Assembly will proceed accordingly. It is so decided. Next, I should like, in keeping with established practice, to invite the attention of the General Assembly to document A/ES-11/3 containing Article 19 of the Charter. May I take it that the Assembly duly takes note of the information contained in this document? It is so decided. In that connection, may I further take it that it is the wish of the General Assembly to follow the provisions of Resolution 76/2 of 11 October 2021, by which the Comoros, Sao Tome and Principe and Somalia are permitted to vote in the General Assembly until the end of its 76th session, and to also allow these member states to vote at the 11th Emergency Special Session. It is so decided. We shall now proceed with the appointment of the members of the Credentials Committee. Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure provides that the General Assembly, at the beginning of each session, shall appoint on the proposal of the President a Credentials Committee consisting of 9 members. In accordance with precedents, the Credentials Committee of the 11th Emergency Special Session should have the same membership as that of the 76th regular session of the Assembly, namely the Bahamas, Bhutan, Chile, China, Namibia, the Russian Federation, Sierra Leone, Sweden, and the United States of America. If there is no objection, I shall consider the Credentials Committee constituted accordingly. It is so decided. I now invite the Assembly to turn its attention to sub-item B of item 3 of the provisional agenda entitled Report of the Credentials Committee. As proposed in the letter from the President of the General Assembly dated 27 February 2022, in light of the urgency of the matter to be considered, it is recommended that the Assembly accept the credentials approved for the 76th regular session for the purposes of the 11th emergency special session. In this regard, I recall that the Credentials Committee of the 76th regular session accepted the credentials of the representatives of all member states at its meeting held on 1st December 2021, and the General Assembly approved the report of the Credentials Committee by its resolution 76/15 of 6th December 2021. This would be without prejudice to the right of member states to submit separate credentials with respect to the 11th emergency special session and would not set a precedent for future sessions. I hear no objection. May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to accept the credentials approved for the 76th regular session for the purpose of the 11th emergency special session on an exceptional basis and without setting a precedent? It is so decided. We now turn to the adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda of the 11th emergency special session is contained in document A/ES-11/2. May I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt the agenda as it appears in document A/ES-11/2. It is so decided. The Assembly will now consider agenda item 5 entitled Letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council, document S/2014/136. I will now deliver my remarks from the rostrum. His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We are all gravely concerned about the fast deteriorating situation and ongoing military action in Ukraine. As I emphasized last week, the military offensive by the Russian Federation is a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and is inconsistent with the Charter of the United Nations. Today I renew my call for an immediate ceasefire, for all parties to exercise maximum restraint, and for a full return to diplomacy and dialogue. The convening of this 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly, rooted in the Charter and mandated in Resolution 377A5, entitled Uniting for Peace, is a new opportunity to ensure that the leadership of the United Nations is up to the expectation of the people we serve on matters related to peace and security. It is imperative that we act on behalf of the women, children, and men caught in the crossfire. It is imperative that we pursue all available channels to contain the situation, to de-escalate tension, and to seek peaceful resolution in accordance with international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. I welcome the announcement by the Secretary General on Friday that 20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund will be allocated to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. The humanitarian consequences on civilian population, in particular women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups, will be devastating. The mass exodus of refugees, including foreign nationals, numbering over 500,000 from Ukraine to the eastern edge of the European Union, has shown no signs of stopping. Checkpoints at the borders of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and the non-EU members Moldova have turned into choke points. I encourage member states to support humanitarian initiatives as they become available. My dear friends, there are no winners in war, but countless lives are torn apart. To that effect, security and access for humanitarian efforts must be guaranteed. Excellencies, the United Nations Charter, drafted so soon after the Second World War, is based on the principle of sovereign equality. It outlines a world where member states settle their international disputes by peaceful means, without the threat or use of force. The ongoing military offensive is inconsistent with this. It is an affront to the founders of this organization and everything it stands for. The violence must stop. Humanitarian law and international humanitarian law must be respected, and diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Excellencies, my dear colleagues, in April 1946, the League of Nations dissolved, and in 26 years of the existence of an organization which ultimately had proven incapable of preventing the outbreak of the most destructive war in human history, it was the League's failure to provide a mechanism for the enforcement of the international collective security that exposed its most fatal flaws. The Right Honourable Viscount Robert Cecil, one of the original architects behind the League of Nations, in his final eulogy to the League said, "The League is dead. Long live the United Nations." We are now in the 76th year of the existence of the United Nations. Let us remind ourselves that we founded the United Nations to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustments or settlements of international disputes or situations. Yesterday, a rare window of opportunity opened up for dialogue. As we convene here in the General Assembly, negotiators from both sides are holding talks in Belarus. This offers a ray of hope. We pray that these talks will calm down tempers and pave way to peace. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the General Assembly, with its 193 member states, represents the collective conscience of humanity. The strength of this assembly is rooted in its moral authority. Let us demonstrate that moral courage and use today's debate not to whip up rhetoric, not to whip up war rhetoric, but to give peace a chance. Let us ignite the fire of love, humanity, compassion, and hope. Guns are better off when noted. Let peace prevail. I thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the fighting in Ukraine must stop. It's raging across the country from air, land, and sea. It must stop now. Russian missile and air bombardments have been pounding Ukrainian cities day and night. The capital, Kyiv, is encircled from all sides. In the face of the continuing attacks, Kyiv's 3 million residents are being forced to seek safety in their homes, improvised bomb shelters, and the city's subways. The Ukrainian government has distributed a meaningful number of arms to the population with the stated objective to participate in the defense of the country. According to UNHCR, 500,000 Ukrainians have fled across the country's borders. Although Russian strikes are reportedly largely targeting Ukrainian military facilities, We have credible accounts of residential buildings, critical civilian infrastructure, and other non-military targets sustaining heavy damage. This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough. Soldiers need to move back to their barracks, and leaders need to move to peace. Civilians must be protected. International humanitarian and human rights law must be upheld. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected, in line with General Assembly resolutions. Mr. President, we are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all. Yesterday, Russian nuclear forces were put on high alert. This is a chilling development. The mere idea of a nuclear conflict is simply inconceivable. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, we face what could easily become Europe's worst humanitarian and refugee crisis in decades, with the numbers of refugees and internally displaced multiplying by the minute. I am grateful for the compassion, generosity and solidarity of Ukraine's neighbors who are taking in those seeking safety. It is important that this solidarity is extended without any discrimination based on race, religion or ethnicity. The neighboring countries will need all our support in the days and weeks to come. The United Nations will continue to assist with these efforts. Mr. President, on Saturday, I spoke with President Zelensky and assured him that the United Nations would not abandon the Ukrainian people and conveyed our determination to enhance humanitarian assistance. Even before the events of the past week, the UN was providing some 3 million people on both sides of the contact line with humanitarian assistance. The United Nations is now working 24/7 to access humanitarian needs and scale up the delivery of life-saving support to many more people desperate for protection and shelter, particularly women and children, elderly people, and those with disabilities. We are fully committed to staying and delivering for everyone affected by this deadly conflict across the country. Some of our personnel are expanding existing programs, and others are preparing new operations to get help to those who need it fast. I want to highlight 3 concrete actions. First, I've allocated $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to support emergency operations along the contact line in the eastern oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk and in other parts of the country. These will allow us to help more vulnerable people get the basics, shelter, food, water and health care as soon as possible. Second, I have appointed Amin Awad as the UN Crisis Coordinator for Ukraine. He will liaise with the government and with all relevant actors on the ground, supported by the resident humanitarian coordinator and the UN country team. At the same time, we are bringing together partners in and outside the country and surging personnel into the country. Third, tomorrow we will launch 2 coordinated emergency appeals for Ukraine and the region. One that addresses escalating humanitarian needs inside the country, including rising internal displacement, and another that responds to the needs of people crossing international borders to seek refuge in countries neighboring Ukraine. As we ramp up our efforts, it is essential that the safety and security of UN and associated personnel in Ukraine are protected in accordance with international law, and that humanitarian access to vulnerable people and communities is guaranteed. I call on all sides to uphold their obligations to allow freedom of movement of humanitarian personnel and to facilitate safe, rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. I also urge the international community to mobilize in support of our funding appeals to address the needs of all those displaced by this crisis, as well as other vulnerable groups whose numbers will only grow as the fighting escalates. Mr. President, humanitarian aid is vital, but it is not a solution. It is simply treating the worst impacts of the conflict. The only true solution is peace. The attack on Ukraine challenges international law and the multilateral system rooted in the UN Charter. Some of the possible consequences of a worsening conflict are terrifying to contemplate. Regional tensions are rising. The latest security measures underline the high stakes for all. The economic repercussions of the crisis will have widespread impact, and I count on every member state to live up to the principles of the Charter. Mr. President, the guns are talking now, but the passive dialogue must always remain open. It's never too late to engage in good faith negotiations and to address all issues peacefully. I hope that the direct talks now taking place between Ukrainian and Russian delegations will produce not only an immediate halt to the fighting, but also a path towards a diplomatic solution. I welcome and encourage all peaceful efforts to end the bloodshed and halt this conflict. I thank the countries who have offered to host and facilitate negotiations. The United Nations is ready to support such efforts. Mr. President, war is not the answer. It is death, human suffering, senseless destruction, and an immense distraction from the real challenges facing humanity. The climate crisis and biodiversity loss, vitally needed socio-economic recovery from the pandemic, healing the divides of race and gender, and so many other pressing 21st century challenges. Humanity cannot afford to be locked in a mindset that dredges up the worst of past centuries. We need to look forward as United Nations to overcome the scourge of war. We need to focus on solving problems, not making them worse. In cities around the world, people are taking to the streets and demanding an end to war. People in Ukraine want and need peace. And I believe people in the Russian Federation do too. We need peace now. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Secretary General, for the first time since the United Nations was born, there is a full-fledged war in the center of Europe. Everyone in this hall and everyone in the world knows that Russia, and Russia alone, started this invasion now facilitated by Belarus. This war was not provoked. It was chosen by someone who is right now sitting in the bunker. We know what happened with the person who sat in the bunker in Berlin in May 1945. Before I continue with my formal statement, I would like to switch to Russian and invite you to put on the headphones, because I would like to read from the screenshot of the smartphone of a killed Russian soldier. That's an actual screenshot from someone who is dead already.
Alyosha, how are you doing? Why has it been so long since you responded? Are you really in training exercises? Asks the mother of the killed soldier, moments before he was killed. Mom, I'm no longer in Crimea. I'm not in training sessions. Where are you then? Papa is asking whether I can send you a parcel. What kind of a parcel, Mama, can you send me? What are you talking about? What happened? Mama, I'm in Ukraine. There is a real war raging here. I'm afraid. We are bombing all of the cities together, even targeting civilians. We were told that they would welcome us. And they are falling under our armored vehicles, throwing themselves under the wheels and not allowing us to pass. They call us fascists. Mama, this is so hard. This was several moments before he was killed.
Imagine, if you want to just visualize the magnitude of the tragedy, you have to imagine next to you, next to every nameplate of every single country in this General Assembly, more than 30 souls of killed Russian soldiers already. Next to every name of every single country in this assembly. 30 plus killed Russian soldiers. Hundreds of killed Ukrainians. Dozens of killed children. And it goes on and on and on. So just imagine those killed people next to you when you will listen to my formal statement. Big militarized powers seeking for geopolitical greatness has launched a full-fledged military offensive against a smaller neighbor aimed at invading the country. Deadly airstrikes dropped on civilians' heads across the entire country, and the Russian troops crossed Ukraine's borders from the territory of Russia, Belarus, and the occupied parts of Ukraine's Donbas and Crimea. Does it remind you of something, doesn't it? Indeed. Very clear parallels could be drawn with the beginning of the Second World War too. And the Russia's course of action is very similar to what their spiritual mentors from the Third Reich employed on the Ukrainian land 80 years ago. Just one, the most recent example of human sufferings, example of war crime. As all of us were on our way to the General Assembly today, the Russian army shelled with Grad multiple rocket launcher systems the residential areas of the city of Kharkiv, the second biggest in Ukraine. Innocent civilians have been killed and wounded. The exact numbers is very difficult to estimate because of the warfare, while the negotiations are still underway at the border with Belarus. We therefore express our gratitude for overwhelming support that made this decision on the emergency session possible. We are grateful to the President of the General Assembly for his taking care of this idea well in advance. We appreciate the engagement of the UN Secretary General, who has taken a very strong stance in support of peace.
in support of the UN Charter. We have been prompted to call for an emergency special session as the level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put and alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness! If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945. The Security Council addressed the issue of the Russian war against Ukraine, and the decision was not adopted due to the obvious reason. The country attempting to occupy Ukraine since 2014 has occupied the seat of the Council permanent member since 1991. Therefore, we do not accept the Russian logic that the Security Council was unable to act due to one-sided and unbalanced approach. The only guilty party is the Russian Federation. Distinguished delegates, Russia uses all its military potential to attack Ukraine and has begun redeploying reserve units on the border with Ukraine. It fires cruise and ballistic missiles at cities, attacks with aviation, tanks and artillery, sends subversion and reconnaissance groups which mark residential buildings in preparation for the air attacks. Russia's missiles are now aimed at destroying the infrastructure objects. They targeted the radioactive waste disposal site near Kiev, the fuel base in the town of Kyiv, that is effectively a Kiev's suburb. The objects of logistic infrastructure, including bridges, airports, and water reservoirs, remain among the targets. Such towns as Shestya and Stanitsa Luganska near Lugansk are now nearly destroyed, as well as residential buildings in and around Kiev and Kharkiv. The Russian forces seized the Chernobyl nuclear power station at the part of southern Kherson region, including the North Crimean Canal. Due to the active moving of Russian heavy militaries through the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the radiation level has increased rapidly. In the Black Sea, Russian warships deliberately attacked two civil vessels under the flags of Panama and Moldova, approaching Ukraine. This constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law of the sea. Incredibly, one of the vessels had the Russian crew. Still, it was attacked by the Russians. Russians keep attacking kindergartens and orphanages, thus committing war crimes and violating the Rome Statute. Hospitals and mobile medical aid brigades are also targeted by the Russian strength and the sabotage groups working in Ukraine's cities and towns. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kiev. In Akhtirka district of Sumy region, Russian tanks shot down a bus with civilians. Later, the Russian military did not allow ambulances on the spot. As of today, 352 people, including 16 children, were killed on the Ukrainian side, and 2,040 Ukrainians, including 45 children, wounded during the first 5 days of the Russian invasion. And this number is growing non-stop. I have already told about the morning shellings in Kharkiv, and we cannot really estimate at this moment how many were killed. In response, Ukraine has activated its right for self-defense according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Russian troops are suffering losses: aircrafts, helicopters, tanks, trucks, personnel. The aggressor forces have already lost more than 5,000 in manpower
during the first days of aggression. Excellencies, the General Assembly should be vocal in demanding from the Russian Federation to stop its offensive against Ukraine. In recognizing Russian actions as an act of aggression against a sovereign and independent state, in demanding from Russia to immediately, completely and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in demanding from the Russian Federation to reverse the decision related to the status of certain areas of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine, in demanding full compliance with the provisions of international humanitarian law. The General Assembly should also be clear with regard to the treacherous role of Belarus and its involvement in aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Distinguished members of the General Assembly, what is happening now in Ukraine has already had the security and humanitarian implications for all of you. Immediately for Europe, a bit later for the rest, including in terms of food security, energy security, financial markets, collapse of the economies. Last September, my president said, while delivering his statement at the high-level segment of the 76th session of the General Assembly, and I quote, "I understand that criticism of the UN is often heard, but we criticize ourselves." End of quote. If we fail to respond now, we will face much more than criticism. We will face oblivion. It must not happen. Now it is time to act, time to help Ukraine, that is paying now the ultimate price for freedom and security of itself and of the world. If Ukraine does not survive, international peace will not survive. If Ukraine does not survive, the United Nations will not survive. Have no illusions. If Ukraine does not survive, we cannot be surprised if democracy fails next. Now we can save Ukraine, save the United Nations, save democracy, and defend the values we believe in, and that Ukrainians are fighting for and paying with their lives. The Russian delegate will speak shortly. Putin has done everything to delegitimize the Russian presence in the United Nations. But I wonder if the Russian presence in the United Nations has ever been legitimate. I wonder if ever this assembly voted in accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 4 on admission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, either in December 1991 or in January 1992, or wherever thereafter. I want to ask the delegates whose countries voted for admission of the Russian delegation to the United Nations to raise their hand, to confirm that Russia was admitted to the United Nations according to the Charter. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand if your country voted in the formal session of the General Assembly in reply to the letter by President Yeltsin dated December 24, 1991, when he told the United Nations that Russia would like to be a continuator state of the demised Soviet Union. Anyone? Shall I put my glasses if my vision fails me and I don't see any hand raised? Any country? Anyone voted for Russian membership? I leave you with that and think about it when you listen to the Russian delegate.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, in recent days, the Ukrainian issue has made headlines, global headlines, and has now been given pride of place at the UN Security Council and now the General Assembly. At the same time, Russian actions are being distorted and thwarted, and there's the number of incredible fakes is staggering with the use with media outlets and social networks proliferating these lies. For this reason today, I wish to focus on the real reasons for the crisis that has emerged and its possible consequences. I wish to emphasize the following. The root for the current crisis lies in the actions of Ukraine itself. For many years, it sabotaged and flouted its direct obligations under the Minsk package of measures. Just recently, very recently, there was a hope that in Kiev they would reconsider and that they would indeed comply with what they signed on to back in 2015. For that, first and foremost, what was necessary was direct dialogue, as set out in the document, between Donetsk and Lugansk. However, the latest confirmation from the senior leadership of the country was that Ukraine was unwilling to engage in this dialogue, and they took unwilling to take steps to grant special status to Donbass, as set out in the Minsk agreements, and this was actively supported by the Western patrons of Kiev, and this definitively persuaded us of the fact that we no longer have a right to allow the residents of Donbass to suffer any further. Insofar as Ukrainian provocations against the people of Donbass in February did not end, in fact, they escalated. The leadership of DPR and LPR turned to us with a request to deliver military support in line with bilateral agreements on cooperation, which were arrived at with their recognition, concurrently with recognition, and this was a logical step to the ongoing, the persistent aggressive actions undertaken by the Ukrainian regime. The Ukrainian authorities, which has of late been actively armed and incited by a number of states, were under the misconception that with the indulgence of Western patrons and sponsors, they would be able to address the issues in Donbass militarily. It is difficult otherwise. It would be difficult to explain the ongoing intensification of shelling and sabotage acts on the territory of the republics, which I mentioned. The people of Donbass and Lugansk continue to have to take shelter in basements. There was a flood of refugees entering the Russian Federation, and yet still the nature of the Ukrainian armed forces operation did not change, and yet Western partners did not turned a blind eye to this, and they merely echoed Ukrainian tall tales about the allegations that Donbass people were shelling on themselves. The worsening suffering of the residents of Donbass is something that has left Western sponsors unmoved in recent years. This discussion at the Security Council General Assembly, there was no empathy whatsoever, no compassion for the people of Donbass and Lugansk. It seems that these 4 million people simply don't exist for them. And as a result, the ongoing threats targeting the people of LPR and DPR, given the lack of prospects for addressing the problems in the area under the Minsk operations due to failure to fulfill them, the Russian president took a decision for a special military operation to be carried out in Donbass. Occupation of Ukraine is not part of these plans. The goal of the special operation is to protect the people who for 8 years were subject to torment and genocide by the Kiev regime. To that end, there's a need to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We further will strive to hold accountable those who carried out countless brutal crimes against the people, the residents, including residents of the Russian Federation. This decision was taken in line with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter with the sanction of the Federation Council of the Russian Federation. In pursuant of the Agreement on Friendship and Cooperation with DPR and LPR, I wish to recall further that the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states is something which we are being accused of breaching vis-a-vis Ukraine. The Declaration of Principles of International Law on Friendly Relations Between Peoples was adopted in 1970, and it needs to be unstintingly complied with respect to states, I quote, conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples as described above, and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people, belonging to the territory without distinction as to race, creed, or color. End of quote. Today's government of Ukraine is no such government. Moreover, during the special military operation, Russia has been exercising its right to self-defense from a regime that has been striving to gain access to nuclear weapons. The president of Ukraine explicitly stated this on 18 February during the Munich conference, and I would recall, this statement that he delivered was met with applause by the participants of this conference. At the same time, Ukraine is seeking membership in NATO, where there's Article 5 in effect, and has territorial claims to the Russian Federation. Hence, by leveraging Article 51 of the UN Charter, not only is Russia protecting itself from the nationalist threat, but Russia is also seeking to uphold the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter on the soil of Donbass and Ukraine, ensuring that the main goal of the United Nations be upheld, namely to prevent succeeding generations from a scourge of war. Unfortunately, it behooves us to note the very negative role played in all of this by Western colleagues led by the United States. Instead of compelling Kiev to comply with its obligations, instead they are merely inciting Kiev, egging it on, repeating the senseless mantra that their obligations in the Minsk agreements are not being complied with the Russian Federation, which I should like to recall and emphasize, the Russian Federation is not a party to it. Moreover, our Western colleagues have shamelessly inundated the country with weapons, have sent to the country that agreements be arrived at with the US and NATO for security assurances to be provided to the Russian Federation. However, our extended hand was unceremoniously rebuffed by Americans and NATO representatives. It was proposed that we continue to discuss secondary issues without consideration of our concerns. Moreover, the question was not addressed as to how the freedom of choosing alliances as set out in the OSCE aligns with the principles of indivisibility of security, which is of great importance to us. Probably many of you wonder what should be done now and what role can the United Nations play in addressing the Ukrainian crisis. We believe that the UN can and should play its role, help to bring the stakeholders' positions closer together and to eradicate the causes of conflict. The key role here, according to the Charter, should be played by and lies with the Security Council. However, attempts to calmly discuss this issue is something our partners did not deign to undertake. For this reason, the Russian Federation on 25 February voted against the anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council. It is anti-Russian, this document. There's no need to explain why. It suffices to have a cursory glance at the document. Why is it anti-Ukrainian, the document? Because this document, beyond any doubt, is inconsistent with the root interests of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and to cement in Ukraine those authorities who brought the country to the brink of tragedy, and this tragedy has been ongoing for 8 years now. The main reason for our negative vote was not what was in the draft, but what was not included in the draft. If the sponsors were to attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues that need to be addressed in the context of the Ukrainian issue. Specifically, what was unaddressed was the way that the anti-constitutional coup in Ukraine, in Kiev, in February 2014, resulted in the Maidan junta seizing power and using it against the residents, shelling civilian areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, and raining bombs on the people of Donbass and Lugansk. What was unaddressed was how the Ukrainian authorities, with the tolerance and indulgence of Western sponsors, consistently and cynically shirked their obligations to implement the Minsk agreement. At the same time, at the line of contact, Ukrainian death squads, first and foremost comprised of neo-Nazi and radical elements, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, the elderly. This is ongoing today. How can we fail to mention the fact that the Ukrainian nationalists have been perpetrating crimes for all these 8 years? The protesters against Maidan and Odessa were burned alive. The peaceful protesters and the Maidan were shot out, killed by snipers. The investigation into these tragedies by the Maidan regime was deliberately swept under the rug. At the same time, the perpetrators in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are flaunting their presence, and an alternative investigation into the reasons, into the acknowledgement by these snipers unambiguously emphasizes that the slaughter on Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year held an informal Security Council formal meeting on this issue in order to provide colleagues at the Security Council with more information about this. However, in response, at best, we heard from Western sponsors merely hackneyed cliches about Russian propaganda. What kind of a text resolution on Ukraine can there be in the above-mentioned circumstances? There's a need to ensure that there was a need for the text to have a frank assessment of the role in inflating the Ukrainian crisis played by Western colleagues who not only were present in the Minsk negotiations, but effectively gave Kiev carte blanche to carry out any actions or steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized states. With tales being spun about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists engaged in, with impunity, murdering political opponents, persecuting opposition, shuttering opposition television outlets, where there could be some relatively objective information provided. 6 of those television channels were shuttered under Zelensky alone. And how could we fail to mention the fact that the country was flooded with weapons, which were then turned on peaceful civilians in Donbass. The responsibility for what is taking place right now lies at the feet of the current Ukrainian leadership as well as our Western colleagues. Today, we wish to emphasize that this has been inflated by the lies, deceit, misinformation from the Ukrainian armed forces, and the nationalist Western media outlets increasingly, shamelessly are portraying our military operation as a result, as a negative consequence. We constantly hear lies, fakes about indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, hospitals, schools, kindergartens. The Russian army does not pose a threat to the civilians of Ukraine, is not shelling civilian areas in areas and cities where Russian armed forces have taken control. And these areas are seeing citizens living their lives normally. Basic infrastructure, transportation, local infrastructure, and law and order is being upheld. And this includes the electrical station, the power plant, which is jointly patrolled by Russian representatives and the special Ukrainian police who are present in the area. The Chernobyl plant is also operating normally. The threat to the residents of Ukraine presently is posed by the Ukrainian nationalists who have effectively taken hostage the residents of Ukraine, and they're using them, they're hiding themselves behind them and using them as human shields. There's abundant evidence from ordinary Ukrainians that nationalists, despite their protests, have been deploying heavy equipment and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. This is an egregious violation of international humanitarian law, which needs to be duly condemned. Effectively, this is the same tactic that is being used by ISIL terrorists. All of the responsibility for the possible repercussions lies at the feet of the Maidan regime. The residents of Ukraine are also threatened by the unfettered, uncontrolled radical elements giving to all of those who wish, including criminals who have specifically been released from prison. They are now receiving weapons, and the looters and marauders and criminals are now using them to target civilians. There is sufficient and abundant evidence of this from residents of Kiev and other cities. This demonstrates the recklessness of Ukraine authorities vis-a-vis their women. Just now, we received a letter from the Ukrainian human rights civic organization, the Social Policy and Social Protection Institute, under the name of Irina Berezhna. For 8 years, this body has been informing international structures about how the neo-Nazism was born and proliferated in Ukraine, and how it has been and continues to be upheld at the state level. I briefly quote today. The apogee of the recklessness and lawlessness of neo-Nazis in Ukraine was that condemned criminals have been released from prison. They have carried out grave crimes, murders, etc. Only in Kiev, those who are willing receive 25,000 machine guns without any documentation. Killings, looting, crime is ongoing. Those so-called territorial defenders of Ukraine shot at a car, killing parents and a young girl. 2 children are in hospital, critically wounded. The former acting president, following the unconstitutional coup in February of 2014, Turchinov, called on all citizens who are not indifferent to slaughter Russians throughout the territory of the country. And this, despite the fact that the most recent document for Ukraine in 2019 sets out that almost 17%, and actually far more people are Russian there. Now, against the Russian Federation, in social networks, an information war has been unleashed insofar as evidence of destruction of civilian infrastructure by a Russian military does not exist. Ukrainian attacks and accidental attacks bear out the fact that Ukrainian nationalists are carrying out this violence. Social networks have training manuals about how to create fakes to taint our military operation. Throughout Ukrainian social networks, there are 1.2 million such pieces of fake news, and the correspondence that was read out by the Ukrainian ambassador, that conversation that was read out is also a part of these facts, and these fakes, and this is well known. We also did not support the draft resolution for this issue to move from the Security Council and be addressed by the General Assembly special session today. We were guided by the fact that this measure proposes that we register that the Security Council failed to uphold its main responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and at the same time there was not even a hint at an attempt to find a constructive solution at the Security Council. Attempts to circumvent the position of the Russian Federation, to disregard the position of the Russian Federation, runs counter to the very bedrock of the United Nations. There's a need to find common ground, regardless of our Western partners' attempts to avoid this, including when they disregarded our legitimate concerns in connection with NATO policy and Western countries' breach of the core principles of the OSCE on indivisibility of security. To conclude, Mr. President, I wish to state that the Russian Federation did not begin these hostilities. The hostilities were unleashed by Ukraine against its own residents, the residents of Donbass, and all of those who are dissenters. Russia is seeking to end this war. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Norway, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, San Marino, Andorra, Monaco and Liechtenstein align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, I want to thank you for convening us here today, and for the Secretary General to be here, and for all of you colleagues being here. It's very important that the facts are heard and fully understood, and that this body is able to take the appropriate decisions after the fact that the Security Council, thanks to the veto by one country alone, stopped this Council from taking that decision. Let me start by expressing the European Union's full solidarity and support to Ukraine and its people, who are courageously fighting an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression from Russia. Since our meeting here in the General Assembly last week, the situation has dramatically escalated, despite tireless diplomatic efforts, including at the highest level. Russia has decided to turn its back to peace, to the rules-based international order as defined inter alia in the UN Charter, to diplomacy and to the international community. Russia's military attack against Ukraine has already caused an alarming number of deaths, injured, internally displaced and refugees. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation in violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine, and we call on both Russia and Belarus to abide by their international obligations. We're also alarmed by Russia's raising of the nuclear alert level. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to immediately return to the previous alert level of its nuclear arsenal, and to avoid any actions that could risk the safety or security of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, a non-nuclear weapon state under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia bears full responsibility for this aggression and the resulting destruction and loss of life. We demand from Russia to cease its military operations immediately and unconditionally, and to withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We further call on Russia to engage in earnest in dialogue with a view to a political and diplomatic solution. Russia's actions grossly violate international law and are in clear breach of the UN Charter and the OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as Russia's specific commitments to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It follows similar Russian aggression against its neighbors in 2008 and 2014. We underscore our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and of the Republic of Moldova, and we are closely monitoring the situation in the region. This Assembly has a responsibility immediately and effectively to acknowledge and address Russia's actions. Failing to do so will erode trust to the rules-based global order with the UN at its core and the UN Charter itself. It would send the wrong message to perpetrators of such aggression and aggravate similar risks to other UN member states in the region and beyond. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. This is a dire humanitarian catastrophe, and humanitarian needs are rapidly increasing. With the toll of IDPs and refugees rising, humanitarian support is a priority in the wider package of EU support offered to Ukraine in these trying days. The EU and its member states are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has activated the Union's civil protection mechanism and is receiving urgently needed supplies from EU member states. In addition, the Republic of Moldova, to which more than 60,000 Ukrainians have fled, has requested and received EU humanitarian support in dealing with the human catastrophe caused deliberately by the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to respect international law, including international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructures must be protected and humanitarian access should be secured. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and stop their disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to immediately stop action and to abide by its international obligations. We recall our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and we call on all UN members not to recognize the two self-proclaimed separatist entities. The EU has reacted swiftly and decisively to Russia's recognition of Ukraine's self-proclaimed separatist entities and the invasion of Ukraine. By adopting restrictive measures, we intend to take such measures against Belarus. Mr. President, let us be clear on this. We firmly believe that the use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Let us recall that the UN Charter prohibits both the threat and the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Tensions and conflict should be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. The EU, together with like-minded partners, have been united in making unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation. With this one-sided step, Russia is further isolating itself. We are today at a crucial and historical moment. Too many times in the past, the international community has been blind or too slow in front of unfolding tragedies. Entire generations in many places around the world, many of you representing them, have paid and are still paying the price of inaction. We cannot make the same mistake again. We have to take action. After Russia's veto in the Security Council last week, the General Assembly has the responsibility to send a strong and united message on the need for Russia to immediately and unconditionally cease its military operations, withdraw its troops, and opt for genuine dialogue. We call on Russia to avoid, in particular, any action that places the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear and radioactive waste installations at risk. The people of Ukraine and the whole world are watching us and counting on us, and will judge us on the decisions that we will take here in this special emergency session. And it's our duty and responsibility for all of us to do our utmost to defend the UN Charter and the international order. We therefore hope that this Assembly will massively support the resolution tabled by Ukraine and its partners. The EU and its member states will continue to do their utmost to protect the integrity of the rules-based international system, which is key to our collective security, and we call on all UN member states to do the same. On our side, we will continue to stand by Ukraine, support its democratically elected institutions and representatives and its people, including through additional political, financial, humanitarian and logistical support. I thank you very much, colleagues. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries: Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, on the night of 24th February, the Russian leadership decided to attack Ukraine. Let me be clear. We condemn in the strongest terms possible the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. People around the world are watching with horror the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. A member state of this organization, a member of this community of nations. We are struck with a profound sense of injustice and a profound sympathy with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their country, their cities, their homes, their families, their lives, their freedom and their future. The Russian leadership's aggression and brutal armed attack is in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. The Russian leadership's actions gravely violate international law and the principles of the UN Charter. They are an attack on this organization, and this cannot stand. Last week, the Russian leadership decided it will erase Ukraine's right to determine its own future. This cannot stand. Mr. President, Russia counted on the world to remain silent, but we are acting. And on this day, and until peace prevails and every Ukrainian can safely return to their homes, we stand with Ukraine. The devastating consequences of this aggression, not only for Europe but globally, cannot be overstated. Russian aggression against Ukraine will have global and long-term negative consequences, challenging the rules-based international order if we let it go unanswered. In the time ahead, we fear increased suffering, with potentially large number of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas, and we are deeply concerned about the long-term cumulative and protracted harm to the civilian population. Mr. President, we will continue to look at every single instrument in our toolbox as a matter of urgency. Sanctions have already been enacted to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine. And likewise, the role of the Lukashenko regime in Belarus in enabling the attack on Ukraine also demands a firm response. Nordic Baltic countries have been delivering financial, humanitarian and military assistance to the people of Ukraine. And many of our partners and friends around the globe have joined us. Every nation must look at how to further support Ukraine. Mr. President, During the days, we have watched with horror broadcasted images of families separated, children sheltering in the safety of the Kiev subway system, kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordnances, and the ruins of bombarded residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest that serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power and territory. This cannot stand. Russia must respect international humanitarian law and human rights law. Full and unhindered humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Civilians must be protected. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, and we echo the plea of the Secretary General. We demand an immediate ceasefire, and we urge Russia to withdraw all its forces from Ukraine and return genuinely to the path of dialogue and negotiation. Mr. President, let me be clear. Every civilian death, every war crime will be recorded, and we will ensure that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are held accountable and brought to justice. History has its eyes on us. Every legal avenue available will be used to hold the aggressor to account. Ukraine has sent a request to the International Court of Justice on Russia's erroneous and absurd allegations of genocide in Ukraine, which the Russian Federation has cynically used as a false pretext for its invasion. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor has also noted that he is monitoring Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has jurisdiction to prosecute war crimes and crimes against humanity. The prosecutor's office may and will exercise its jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine, as Ukraine has accepted the court's jurisdiction. We fully support the ICC's monitoring of the situation. Colleagues, the rules-based international order, which governs how states interact with one another, was put in place drawing from the horrible lessons of 2 world wars, promising one another that future generations would be saved from the scourge of war. The attack on Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is a direct assault on the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This cannot stand. The matter is now in the hands of the General Assembly, where one veto cannot overrule the UN membership, where the power and legitimacy is manifested in numbers. Russia's shameful use of the veto on a matter it bears full responsibility for is completely unacceptable. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia has a special responsibility for maintaining peace and security, not to violate the very principles of the UN Charter. The latest meetings of the Council demonstrated the need for reform. It demonstrated who had the firmness and valor to defend the UN Charter. No country can grow and thrive in isolation. Russia knows this. The General Assembly has the power to send a firm message to Putin. And what we say today and how we vote on the resolution presented will make a difference on the ground in Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. They will be watching us, hoping that the world will come in on the side of the UN Charter and our promise of never again. Colleagues, Russia's unlawful and brutal armed attack on Ukraine will affect and impact everyone. And if we do not join our forces to turn back this tide today, we will be even less equipped to deal with similar crises and crimes in the future, wherever, on whichever continent they occur. Over the last week, we have heard powerful statements from representatives of every continent on this planet, from Africa to Asia, from Europe to the Americas, that Russia's behavior towards a fellow member of the United Nations cannot stand. And we will hear more today. And to those who still refer to 2 parties to a conflict, we echo the words of a protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." That is the simple reality before us. That is the simple truth. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the main aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Russia, day by day, is continuing its work of destruction in Ukraine. And on top of these brutal and criminal acts, we see a dangerous rhetoric which is further stoking tension. Russia is conducting this armed aggression in violation of the most fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, which all members of this Assembly have the obligation to respect. On Friday, it was the only one to oppose a Security Council resolution co-sponsored by 82 states. The General Assembly today has a historic responsibility, that of relaying loudly and robustly the voice of citizens who, across all continents, including in Russia, are asking for the immediate cessation of this war and for the withdrawal of the Russian army from Ukrainian territory. France supports the efforts underway within this Assembly to prepare a resolution demanding that Russia put an end to its aggression and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We call for all members of this Assembly to vote in favour of this text. Over and above Ukraine, it is an issue of defending the Charter and the very reason for the existence of the United Nations. Let's be clear about this. Faced with the armed aggression against a people, faced with the civilian victims increasing in number every day, faced with the outflows of those who are forced to seek refuge, no one can avert their gaze. Abstention is not an option. Abstaining is to agree that might is right. We call upon all member states to vote in favour of the primacy of law over force. Mr. President, the invocation of this emergency special session does not mean that the Security Council is refusing to exercise its responsibilities. The Council will be meeting this afternoon to discuss the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. France, together with Mexico, will be tabling a draft resolution in order to guarantee the protection of civilians and safe and unhindered humanitarian access in order to respond to the urgent needs of the Ukrainian population. France and its partners in the European Union stand firmly, shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian people. The European Union has already announced 90 million euros of humanitarian aid. France will also play its part. With our partners, France is mobilized to ensure that the international response is able to confront the aggression committed by Russia. The European Union, and France is president of for the first 6 months of this year, has adopted measures to block access of the Russian central bank to its reserves. We've also announced the funding of defensive equipment for Ukraine. Mr. President, France salutes the courage being shown by the people of Ukraine. We call upon this Assembly to express to them without delay our support through the adoption of a resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, colleagues. On Friday, 81 member states supported a resolution in the Security Council to stop the war in Ukraine. Russia was completely isolated in opposing that resolution. Today, we gather in the General Assembly to stand against Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine and its assault on the principles of the UN Charter. The facts are clear. Russia has invaded Ukraine without provocation and without justification. Russia has rained missiles and rockets down on Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and other cities. The brave men and women of Ukraine are enduring the barrage and have held their cities from Russian invaders. They are fighting for their country, for their continued future as a free and independent nation. But the humanitarian consequences are already immense. We hear of babies born in air raid shelters, children with bomb craters in their kindergartens, and today, news of the shelling of residential areas in Kharkiv. These are indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian civilians. 7 million Ukrainians are displaced. In short, the scourge of war that our United Nations was created to prevent has been unleashed by Russia on Ukraine. The international response to Russia's aggression has been united and swift. Around the world and here in this building, we must stand together to defend the rules and enforce the accountability that we have built together. If we do not stand up for them now, then the safety of every nation's borders and independence are at risk. That is why we also condemn Belarusian support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As the Secretary-General said last week, Russia's actions are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and conflict directly with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And as he said today, the only answer is peace. So our message today is simple. We offer our unequivocal support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We call on President Putin to stop this senseless war. And we urge all fellow members of the United Nations to speak up for Ukraine and to defend the Charter. Slava Ukraini!
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by the representative of the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Excellencies, we have gathered today in an emergency session because the Security Council once again failed us in acting as a guardian of peace and security. So now it is upon us, the General Assembly, where we all have equal rights to vote, to stand up and make it certain that the United Nations delivers on the purpose it was created for. The use of armed force by a UN member against sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another member state violates Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and constitutes an act of aggression as defined by the Resolution 3314 of this very body, adopted by consensus. What we see in Ukraine is an act of aggression on the part of Russia, and we condemn it. Last week, I spoke from this very rostrum about Russia's pattern of behavior against its neighbors. Russia's full-scale military aggression against my country should have served as a wake-up call for all. But alas, it has not been possible to prevent a similar scenario unfolding a few years later in Ukraine. Not to repeat myself, let me just say that we in Georgia do know what the toll of war is. We do know what it is this disastrous consequences, and that is people, innocent civilians, women and children who pay the highest price. It is devastating not only for those who live through it, but passes down to generations. Let me be clear. Core principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris for New Europe, and the commitments taken under the Budapest Memorandum are non-negotiable, nor subject to revision by any country, no matter how large or powerful it may be. Territorial acquisition through use of force, or a threat to do so, is illegal and impermissible. Georgia calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military activities and withdraw all its forces and armaments from Ukraine. Allow immediate access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms wherever the entire territory of Ukraine. Reverse the decisions related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk regions and Crimea, and to do so the same with regard to Georgia. Withdraw forces, allow humanitarian access, reverse the status-related decision with regard to the occupied territories. Georgia was among the co-sponsors of the draft Security Council resolution that got vetoed. And we are the co-sponsors of the draft General Assembly resolution that is soon to be considered. This resolution, although it concerns Ukraine, is a watershed moment for all of us. And I would dare say for the future of the rules-based order and our United Nations. So I call on you to vote in favor of the proposed draft, to vote to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to vote for the United Nations. And in conclusion, we welcome the Secretary General's decision to scale up the United Nations humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. And let me once again reiterate Georgia's unwavering support of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Poland fully supports the resolution just tabled by Ukraine and calls on each member state to stand firmly behind it. We deeply believe that through this act we will demonstrate our adherence to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Only by upholding those fundamental principles we can see the truly peaceful and long-term solution to the conflict caused by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. In that sense, the resolution we are about to vote paves the way to a meaningful diplomatic effort to end the atrocities of this war. To achieve peace, Poland, as a current chairmanship in office of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, called yesterday for the immediate ceasefire in Ukraine to let humanitarian organizations deliver assistance. But these appeals for peace are even more urgent when you look at the events in Ukraine from a close distance perspective. Let me tell you how we, Poles, see and respond to the horrors of this war as neighbors and friends of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we are confronted with one of the biggest humanitarian crises in Europe since World War II. In the first 3 days of Russian aggression, facilitated by the complicity of the Belarusian regime of Alexander Lukashenko, we witnessed more than 500,000 people fleeing Ukraine, 300,000 of which found refuge in my home country. We keep our borders open. Our diplomatic missions help those who seek refuge in Poland. The nationals of all countries who suffered from Russian aggression or whose life is at risk can seek shelter in my country. And I can tell you, only for the first half of today, we welcome people of 125 nationalities fleeing Ukraine to Poland. So that means it concerns us all. The list of these nationalities are too long to read to you, so I just read the first, those with more than 100 nationals fleeing to Poland only today in the morning. Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Nigeria, India, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Poland, Belarus, Iran, Turkey, Algeria, and Russia. This refuge applies also to the students, which I understand is a serious concern of some colleagues here in the chamber. The students are also welcome to Poland, and they are offered to continue their studies in Poland. We know that some of the missions here in New York were targeted by the disinformation suggesting discriminatory practices at the Polish-Ukrainian border based on race and religion. I can tell you this is a complete lie and a terrible insult to us. Besides giving refuge, Poland delivers to those who suffer a very practical and tangible help. My government organized special trains for the elderly and mothers with small babies, as well as convoys with supplies and medical aid. There are 7,000 beds in 20 hospitals ready for those wounded and sick, and I want to announce that the first Ukrainian refugee babies were born in Poland in the last 24 hours, and the first life-saving operations were carried out for the elderly in our hospitals. Poland stands ready to cooperate closely with UN OCHA, International Committee of the Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations to ease the burden of the civilians targeted by the Russian aggression. But what I am most proud of is the outpour of spontaneous readiness to help by individuals. Polish families are opening their homes to refugees. They offer clothes, food and accommodation. Thousands of private cars are coming from all over Poland to pick up those who cross the border. On the first 2 days, we experienced a long traffic jams because of the number of cars coming from all the corners of Poland. Polish people stand in lines for hours to donate blood for Ukraine. The scale of help was offered was so big that the government opened a special website, Helping Ukraine, where volunteers can register and get guidance on those in need. While diplomats in my mission are fulfilling our diplomatic duties here in New York, our family members and friends are welcoming refugees coming directly from the war zone. In this conflict, Poland may not be a geopolitical superpower, but we want to be a solidarity superpower. And this is how we want to change the grim reality for better. At the same time, I would like to pay a tribute to those Ukrainians who defend their motherland and continue to stand for their country's freedom. Those are not only soldiers, but also people like Vasilina, a 30-year-old mother of two small daughters, living in a village near the Polish-Ukrainian border. When offered a trip to Poland by my family, she answered, "I cannot leave Ukraine now. This is my country. I have to stay and take care of it." And now she is cooking food for soldiers and refugees at the border. A similar answer was given by our diplomats in Ukraine. We keep our embassies and consulates open, and they keep fulfilling their diplomatic and consular duties. Let me share you, colleagues, the message to you I received today in the morning from our ambassador, Bartosz Cichocki, in Kiev. I quote, "I am at the Polish ambassador to Ukraine. I work in Kyiv, a city the size of Berlin, inhabited by over 4 million people. From Thursday morning, I have to hide from the bombing in my basement several times a day. I wake to exchanges of machine gun fire. Windows are shaking from the missile detonations. I am convinced that right now, when you are deciding in New York, hundreds of thousands of terrified residents of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Lviv and Kiev look at you with hope and faith in the power of international law." End of quote. And I wish to conclude by a reference to the warning expressed by a 19th century Russian novelist, Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his book with a meaningful title, Crime and Punishment. The message of the book is following. When someone, just like Raskolnikov, thinks he is exceptional and free from moral obligations, and therefore feels entitled to committing a crime of murder, in the end, he faces the punishment from the crime itself, because committing a crime is already one's biggest punishment. There is no crime without the punishment. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as usual, Austria aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. However, we also want to add our voice in our national capacity, because what is currently being deliberately inflicted upon Ukraine does not allow us to remain silent. Excellencies, colleagues, fellow Ukrainians, let me start by thanking you, Mr. Secretary General, for your clear words this morning and these past days. We are grateful to see that the United Nations is there to help those suffering and in dire need for help. We meet here today to discuss the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to discuss the violation of Article 2.4 of our UN Charter. That we meet here today in this room is a good thing and a bad thing. It's bad because it means after several days since Russia launched its aggression against the sovereign territory of Ukraine, we are still witnessing military attacks, terrible human suffering and loss of life. It's also bad because questions of peace and security should be addressed by the Security Council. As primary responsible for upholding international peace and security, the Security Council cannot remain silent when basic principles of our international rules-based order are trampled by military boots and squashed by tanks. Last Friday, however, the Security Council decision was blocked by the veto of a permanent member, the Russian Federation, even though 81 members of the international community supported the draft resolution of the co-pen holders. Yes, the veto power is foreseen in the UN Charter, but so is the obligation to uphold UN principles. If in the 21st century the Security Council is blocked in a situation that constitutes a blatant breach of international law, we should ask ourselves if this system of veto powers is still able to regulate our international relations. Yet, colleagues, our meeting here today is also good. It's good that the General Assembly is there to step in if the Security Council cannot fulfill its mandate. And it's good that we now have the opportunity here in this General Assembly Hall to raise our voices, to recall the principles of the UN Charter, our Charter, and to state clearly that we will not stay silent if the Charter is violated in the most serious way. This is our right.
This is our obligation as members of the organization. Colleagues, at the end of this debate, we will vote on a resolution condemning the aggression of Russia against Ukraine and showing solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Austria will vote yes on the resolution and urges all of you to do so also. By voting yes, we show the world that the UN is able to take its responsibility to defend the rule of law, international law, and the UN Charter. By voting yes, we show that these acts and similar horrifying acts are not tolerated by the international community. And most importantly, by voting yes, we show the Ukrainian people that they are not alone. I know that for many of us, such votes can be difficult. Some say this is a regional issue, a European problem. Colleagues, an attack against one of our members, one of members of this organization, is an attack on us all. In our interconnected world, our world is one region. Cyber weapons strike everywhere. Missiles have global reach. The world is not only regional, it has become local. Some say we must respect security concerns. Yes, colleagues, we must. Everyone has security concerns. Ukraine had them and gave up nuclear weapons and trusted that others would not harm them. But clearly, if you have security concerns, solve them with dialogue, not tanks. If a country with one of the largest armies and nuclear arsenals feels insecure, it should seek cooperation, dialogue, disarmament, and not force against others. Some say, well, look at others, look at these other instances that we have had. What about past violations? Colleagues, we know this whataboutism well. Trying to justify evil with past evil. Trying to excuse yourself by pointing to the faults of others. But just because we did not stand up in the past to injustice and evil, that should not prevent us from standing up now. Yes, it's true, others have committed aggressions, crimes, and faults. Yes, the international community has sometimes shown a lack of unity to act. And yes, the international community has sometimes been too hesitant. But let us not continue to make that same mistake now. Let us start a new era when we work together and stand up united for our common principles. Let's defend the rule of law. Let's not give in to the reign of the powerful. Let us vote yes on that resolution. Mr. President, Austria is not part of any military alliance. We rely for our security on the respect and implementation of international law, of treaties, of custom, including humanitarian law. Reports about Russian attacks on civilians and civilian objects in urban areas are extremely worrying. Rockets or missiles hitting apartment buildings in Kiev cannot be accepted. These attacks constitute war crimes under international humanitarian law. We urge Russia to strictly adhere to international humanitarian law, in particular regarding the protection of civilians in urban warfare, and immediately cease these attacks and refrain from using explosive weapons in populated areas. We strongly condemn the use of cluster munitions, which is incompatible with international humanitarian law and outlawed under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And colleagues, the threat of use of nuclear weapons, any nuclear threat of this kind is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter. The implied catastrophic humanitarian consequences do not respect borders and pose a threat to all of humanity. This is completely unacceptable. Perpetrators and those responsible ordering these crimes need to be held accountable. The International Criminal Court may exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any acts of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crimes committed within the territory of Ukraine. In this regard, We welcome his statement of ICC Prosecutor Khan, reminding us all that his office can exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine since February 2014. Mr. President, in the last couple of days, Ukrainians have endured incredible human suffering. In order to help ease the humanitarian catastrophe, Austria contributed 2.5 million euros to the ICRC and NGOs, and additional humanitarian assistance will be decided soon. Those organizations' valuable work must be ensured by guaranteeing humanitarian access. Colleagues, in sum, Austria condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Austria calls on Russia to reverse its decision to recognize the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which represents a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Austria urges Russia to immediately withdraw its troops and stop any further bloodshed and return to the path of peaceful dialogue, like any member of the UN is obliged to do. Vienna is ready to host and facilitate such dialogue. We hope that today's start of bilateral discussions between delegations from Ukraine and Russia can serve as a first step towards an urgently needed ceasefire. And colleagues, we call on you to vote yes on today's resolution. I know it's not always easy. Many of us have good relations with Russia. We love the culture, admire the traditions, and have good Russian friends. But a good friend, an honest friend, will speak up and say what needs to be said to do and what needs to be done when a friend commits an illegal and evil act. This is what this resolution is for. Imagine for one moment that you are in Ukraine's shoes. What would you expect from the UN, from this General Assembly, if you were in Ukraine's place? In this dark hour, it is our moral, our legal obligation to condemn the violations of the Charter and show solidarity with the victim of an aggression. Austria will show its full solidarity with Ukraine, the Ukraine government, the Ukrainian people. We stand with you. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. The Czech Republic aligns itself with the EU statement and wishes to add the following in its national capacity. Let me begin with the most important words I can say here today. We urge Russia to stop immediately its military actions and to unconditionally withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. We are meeting here today at a critical moment, not just for Ukraine or Europe, but for the United Nations as a whole. A permanent member of the UN Security Council has started a war of aggression against a fellow UN member state. It is a blatant violation of international law. It is a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and its principles, which all we should uphold and abide by. This seminal document was written with the express purpose of averting the scourge of war. Russian President Putin chose to reject diplomacy and multiple offers for talks. Instead, he decided to launch a savage conquest, inflicting untold pain and suffering on the people of Ukraine. There are horrific reports coming from Ukraine. Civilians, including children, being killed in their hometowns. Families separated, hundreds of thousands of people forced to flee for their lives. Mr. President, let me make it crystal clear. Russia and its people are under no threat from Ukraine or NATO. We condemn in the strongest terms Mr. Putin's threat of using nuclear weapons. Indeed, it is a very dangerous rhetoric and only further exacerbates the overall security situation. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, Russia must be held accountable for its aggressive actions. Ukraine has accepted the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court related to genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. We will be looking to the ICC to prioritize investigations of crimes committed in Ukraine. Similarly, we strongly support Ukraine's filing of a case against Russia at the International Court of Justice, requesting the ICJ to order Russia to cease its unlawful attack on Ukraine and to stop Russia's false claims that acts of genocide have been perpetrated in the Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast of Ukraine. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate my country's unwavering support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including the illegally annexed Crimea. This is why the Czech Republic throws its full support behind the draft UN General Assembly resolution. The people of the Czech Republic stand firmly with Ukraine. Suffering of innocent civilians in Ukraine has raised a huge wave of solidarity among our people. Humanitarian aid is pouring across the border and to border regions where Ukrainians are fleeing in a desperate search for safety. The Czech government, local communities, as well as individuals, have offered and provided help to the people who have fled from the suffering caused by the Russian aggression, and we will continue to do so. Mr. President, we deeply regret the use of a veto by the Russian representative last Friday to block the UN Security Council resolution. This prevented the UN Security Council from fulfilling its fundamental role to maintain international peace and security. It is yet another proof of Russia's blatant disrespect for this organization. However, the large number of co-sponsors of the draft resolution clearly demonstrated the prevailing opinion of the international community. Mr. President, Russia cannot veto the reality on the ground. And let me here echo the words of the UN Secretary General speaking after last Friday's vote in the Security Council. The United Nations was born out of war to end war. Today, that objective was not achieved. We must never give up. We must give peace another chance. Dear colleagues, we, the representatives of 193 nations gathered here at this emergency special session of the UN General Assembly, have a solemn duty to uphold the purpose and basic principles of the UN Charter and international law. as we are about to take a vote on a draft resolution which is soon to be formally introduced. Dear colleagues, soon each and every member of this honorable body will have a chance to declare where they stand on the UN Charter and international law. And quite frankly, on the most crucial matter of war and peace. Excellencies, colleagues, I'm making a plea to each and every one of you representing here all UN member states. Please vote for this resolution. Vote with your conscience. Vote for the end of bloodshed and human suffering. Vote for peace. Vote for the UN Charter and international law. Vote for all the good our United Nations was founded to represent. And please let us not forget, the whole world is watching. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Czech Republic. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Secretary General, dear colleagues. As Dag Hammarskjöld clearly stated, the United Nations were not created to take us to heaven, but to save us from hell. And yet, what the population in Ukraine is experiencing in recent days looks very much like what we have pledged to avoid. This is why this assembly is meeting today in the face of a war that has already cost many lives. Each life lost is one too many. Our thoughts are with the victims and with their families. We express our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and their democratically elected authorities. We are deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation and the displacement of hundreds of thousands of people. This assembly is meeting today at the request of the Security Council due to the lack of consensus among its permanent members. Switzerland supported the draft resolution in the Security Council aimed at ending the hostilities and restoring international law. The blocking of this resolution by the veto of a permanent member is contrary to Article 27 of the Charter. The Russian Federation, as a party to the conflict, should have abstained from voting. We fully support the draft resolution of the General Assembly, and we call upon member states to do the same. Switzerland strongly condemns Russia's attack on Ukraine. We are also concerned about the use of Belarus territory for this military operation. Russian attempts to legitimize its action are not credible. There was no provocation to justify such an attack. We call upon Russia and upon all nuclear weapon states to refrain from any threat to use these weapons, and certainly from using them. Russia has just joined a declaration of the P5 which reaffirmed that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Switzerland reiterates its full support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Switzerland once again calls on all parties to respect international humanitarian law and human rights. We condemn all violations. This also applies to cyberspace. The protection of the civilian population, as well as of persons who are not part of the fighting, must be the priority, Switzerland is deeply concerned about substantiated allegations of the use of cluster munitions. Assets essential to the survival of the civilian population, as well as civilian and medical infrastructure, must not be targeted. Furthermore, we call on the parties to ensure rapid and unhindered humanitarian access and the safety of humanitarian and medical personnel. Switzerland stands in solidarity. We are committed to mobilizing additional resources to meet humanitarian needs in Ukraine and in the region. Together with our European partners, we will continue our long tradition of welcoming refugees. Moreover, Switzerland has fully implemented the European Union sanctions against Russia. We welcome the work of the Special Monitoring Mission of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. We regret that the serious situation has left the organization with no other choice than to temporarily evacuate its staff. Switzerland welcomes the UN Secretary-General's offer of good offices, as well as the diplomatic efforts of the member states, which have left no stone unturned in order to promote a diplomatic solution through dialogue. Switzerland reiterates its offer of good offices if the parties to the conflict so wish. We welcome the fact that the parties to the conflict have met today for initial negotiations. We very much hope, as the Secretary-General does so keenly, that these talks will lead to initial results, such as, for example, a ceasefire. This conflict, like all conflicts, can only be solved through dialogue, I think.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Russia's actions are nothing short of the acts of a bully. New Zealand supports the Secretary-General's assessment that these acts represent a clear violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and are inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. In standing in support of Ukraine, we are also standing in defence of the UN Charter. We cannot pick and choose when to espouse the centrality of the Charter. This emergency session of the General Assembly is taking place as a direct result of Russia's actions alone. Its ongoing military aggressions threaten not only the peace and security of Ukraine, but that of Europe and of the international community. We are here today because the United Nations Security Council failed to act last Friday to condemn Russia's actions to invade Ukraine. Russia's use of the veto, when it is not only party to this conflict, but the direct cause of it, is a disgrace. New Zealand, along with a group of small states, opposed the granting of the veto to the P5. We have continued to oppose the veto since its inception, and we remain strong in our conviction that there is no place for the veto in the UN Security Council. With the Security Council having failed to deliver against its responsibilities, we, the General Assembly, must now stand up to play our part. New Zealand is a primary co-sponsor of the General Assembly resolution, and we encourage all member states to vote in favour of the resolution. In support of Ukraine, in support of international peace and security, and in support of our treasured UN Charter. New Zealand has consistently expressed our strong support for international efforts to de-escalate the Ukraine crisis diplomatically. Having turned away from diplomacy, Russia must now face the consequences of that decision. New Zealand has joined other member states in implementing measures to respond to Russia's actions, including introducing targeted travel bans against Russian government officials and other individuals associated with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and prohibiting the export of goods to Russian military and security forces. Our thoughts today must be with the people of Ukraine, who are now facing a humanitarian crisis caused by the conflict. We echo the President of the General Assembly's call that all member states must uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law. Further, we, the international community, must act now to prevent further pointless loss of innocent life and to support those who now find themselves displaced through no fault of their own. We commend Ukraine's neighbours for their selfless acts of taking in large numbers of Ukrainians and other nationalities who seek refuge from this conflict. We acknowledge with a grim sense of horror, but sadly, little surprise, the role of accomplice and facilitator that Belarus has played in support of Russia's invasion. New Zealand has also extended its travel bans to key members of the Belarusian government. New Zealand is contributing financially to the humanitarian response and will consider all humanitarian options available to support the international humanitarian response. We welcome France and Mexico's tabling of a humanitarian resolution in the United Nations Security Council today. Finally, Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation. In this vein, we say to Russia, act consistently with your international obligations. Cease military operations in Ukraine. Permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life. Take all possible steps to protect civilians in line with international humanitarian law and return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama on behalf of the Alliance for Development and Democracy.
Mr. President, Secretary General, the Republic of Panama, on behalf of the Republic of Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, as member countries of the Alliance for Development and Democracy, are honoured to address this 11th emergency special session in order to express our position during the convening of this session on the draft resolution on the unprovoked armed aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The delegations of Panama, Costa Rica and the Dominican Republic, on the basis of shared values and in respect for the United Nations Charter and for international law, condemn the use of force and the violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. The Alliance supports the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in his call for a cessation of hostilities and for moderation and reason to prevail, and that international humanitarian law be respected and civilians be protected. We reiterate that all efforts should be made in order to provide rapid, secure and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance to those that require it in Ukraine in order to protect civilians, including humanitarian staff and those in vulnerable situations, particularly girls and boys. The serious situation caused by the displacement of thousands of Ukrainians looking for safe refuge in neighbouring countries represents an additional challenge to the global complex crisis brought on by the pandemic. This is why the countries of Latin America, including members of the Alliance, have undertaken joint efforts in order to facilitate safe transit of our nationals crossing the Ukrainian border. Dialogue and negotiation accompanied by respect for the letter and the spirit of the United Nations Charter, the resolutions of the General Assembly and international law constitute the only guarantee for a lasting solution to the conflict which today is afflicting Eastern Europe. Finally, we firmly call upon the parties to return to negotiations and diplomatic dialogue, and that peace be promoted and that there be respect for multilateralism. These must be at the core of action in this area. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Panama. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Mr. President, the situation in Ukraine is changing sharply. China is closely following the developments. The situation has evolved to a point which China doesn't wish to see. It is not in the interest of any party. The immediate priority is for all parties to exercise restraint, prevent further worsening of the situation, while stepping up diplomatic efforts aiming for a political solution. China welcomes the start of direct talks between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine should serve as a bridge of communication between East and West, rather than a front line of major power rivalry. We call for efforts to create an atmosphere and conditions conducive to direct talks between the parties concerned, as this is the fundamental way to resolve the issue. All action taken by the UN and relevant parties of the international community should prioritize regional peace and stability and universal security for all, and should help de-escalate tensions and facilitate a diplomatic settlement. China does not approve of any approach that may exacerbate tensions. China supports relevant UN agencies' continued work on humanitarian aid in Ukraine. We believe that The safety of civilian life and property and their humanitarian needs should be effectively guaranteed. Mr. President, as a prominent member of the UN Security Council, China always conscientiously fulfills its responsibility of maintaining international peace and security. It is our consistent and unequivocal position that all countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity should be respected, and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter be upheld. China will continue to play a constructive role in the pursuit of peace. Mr. President, the Cold War has long ended. The Cold War mentality based on bloc confrontation should be abandoned. Nothing can be gained from stirring up a new Cold War, but everyone will stand to lose. One country's security should not come at the expense of other countries' security. Still less can regional security be guaranteed by reinforcing or even expanding military blocs. China supports the EU, NATO, and Russia resuming dialogue. Bearing in mind the notion of indivisible security, properly addressing the legitimate security concerns of all parties, including Russia, striving to forge a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism so as to achieve lasting peace and stability for the European continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union, and I would like to highlight a few points in my national capacity. Mr. President, we have gathered here today under extraordinary circumstances that defy reason, but unfortunately are reality. And that reality is that the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, is executing an active aggression against Ukraine, the founding member of the UN. Bulgaria condemns in the strongest possible terms this unprovoked and unjustified military aggression, which is in gross violation of international law and of the principles of the UN Charter. The illegal military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine not only undermines global security and stability, but also puts the international rules-based order in jeopardy. It is deplorable that the Russian Federation used its veto power to prevent the Security Council from exercising its primary responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security. However, the decision of the Security Council to urgently refer the matter to the General Assembly by calling an emergency special session demonstrates the resolve of the rest of the Council to do everything possible to address this serious act of aggression. The fact that for the first time in 40 years, the Security Council takes such a decision speaks of the gravity of the situation. We commend the decision by the Security Council, and now it is up to all of us to live up to the responsibility to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and international law, and to send a strong and unequivocal message by condemning the active aggression and the illegal actions by the Kremlin. Bulgaria demands that the Russian Federation immediately cease its military actions, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. The use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Tensions and conflicts should be resolved exclusively through dialogue and diplomacy. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression, including providing its territory to be used as a launching ground for the Russian aggression, and call on it to refrain from such action and to abide by its international obligations. The reports of civilian casualties, including of children, and the destructions of civilian infrastructure, including critical infrastructure, are deeply concerning. We are particularly outraged by the use of weapons that have indiscriminate effect in residential areas and against the civilian population. This is unacceptable and must stop immediately. We call on the Russian Federation to fully respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and assistance to all persons in need. The Russian Federation bears full responsibility for this aggression and all the destruction and loss of life, and the leadership of the Russian Federation should and will be held accountable in accordance with international law. Mr. President, colleagues, it is our duty to do the right thing. We need to stand together against any act of aggression and against any violation of the UN Charter. We need to fiercely defend the principles of the UN Charter, international law, and the rules-based order because they are our only guarantee for peace. We cannot turn a blind eye when a blatant act of aggression is being executed against a sovereign, peace-loving nation. Today, it is against Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be against any one of us. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Bulgaria's unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I would also like to thank the Ukrainian people for their extraordinary courage and resilience. You're not alone. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, Italy aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to add the following remarks in its national capacity. We do welcome the convening of this special emergency session. Following the impossibility for the Security Council to discharge its duties and adopt its own resolution on the matter, due to the veto of the Russian Federation, the General Assembly had an obligation to make its voice heard in front of such a grave threat to international peace and security. We are thankful to those members of the Security Council that made this possible. Italy, together with its EU partners and allies, has made its position clear all along throughout this entire crisis, with statements and consistent acts, standing firmly in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and in full solidarity with Ukrainian people. The unprovoked aggression decided by the Russian leadership is a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter, and as such, it has to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The involvement of Belarus as a facilitator of the Russian aggression is also to be condemned. In close coordination with the EU partners and allies, we have implemented unprecedented economic and financial sanctions, including on Belarus. As already stated, further steps will have to be taken if the assault against Ukraine continues. We call upon the Russian Federation to stop immediately its action and to withdraw its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders extending to territorial waters. We urge the Russian Federation to respect the principles set in the UN Charter and in the Declaration on Friendly Relations, to abide by the Minsk Agreement and to redirect urgently its action towards a peaceful solution. We trust that the General Assembly will, through the adoption of the tabled draft resolution, show cohesion and determination in dealing with a situation that is threatening the existence of a member state, causing a growing number of casualties, including civilians and children, and ultimately is undermining the very essence of multilateral relations. Mr. President, Russia's actions are causing enormous human suffering and triggering a humanitarian disaster. We express our heartfelt solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and we mourn all the victims of this безмысленная война, of this senseless war. Together with our partners and building on the support it has provided since 2014, Italy is scaling up its financial and material support to strengthen the capabilities and resilience of Ukraine, with an amount of around 110 million euros in aid, credit and grants and additional contributions. We are also determined to provide increased humanitarian support to assist the people of Ukraine in these dramatic circumstances. In this context, international humanitarian law must be upheld. Safe and unhindered humanitarian access must be granted. The humanitarian staff must be protected. We welcome the convening of a meeting of the Security Council on the humanitarian dimension of this crisis later today, and we hope that the discussions will lead to the adoption of a concrete deliverable. Lastly, we acknowledge and support the statements of the Secretary General in defense of the principles of the UN Charter and his action in support of the humanitarian needs in Ukraine. Italy will remain actively engaged in close coordination with its European partners and allies and reaching out to the broader UN membership in favor of the immediate halt of this aggression and in support of the urgent return to a peaceful path. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, this is a defining moment for our organization and for the world. When the drafters of the Charter envisaged our collective security system back in 1945, they probably thought they had seen the worst in terms of tragedy and human suffering. If they were here today, they would doubt that assessment. We are under a swift escalation of tensions that could put all of humanity at risk, but we still have time to stop it. Brazil voted in favor of the draft resolution before the Security Council on the situation in Ukraine. We regret that the draft was not adopted, but firmly believe that the Security Council has not yet exhausted the instruments at its disposal to contribute to a negotiated and diplomatic solution towards peace. The urgency of the situation convinced us of the need to add the voice of the General Assembly to that of the Security Council in seeking solutions to the crisis in and around Ukraine. No one can deny the primary responsibility of the Security Council for the maintenance of international peace and security, nor the complementary role that this Assembly can play to that end. Brazil welcomes the engagement of the Secretary General in attempting to de-escalate the growing tensions. It also notes that Ukraine has initiated a case in the International Court of Justice based on the Genocide Convention. This is the moment for the principal organs of the United Nations to work together in pursuing one of the organization's main objectives, to save us from the scourge of war. For that, we need to be exceedingly cautious in moving forward, both in the General Assembly and elsewhere. We are currently witnessing a succession of events that, if not contained soon, could lead to a much broader confrontation. Everyone will suffer, not just those who are fighting. Those who have repeatedly pleaded for de-escalation will also bear the costs of the power play between NATO and Russia that we are currently witnessing. Over the last years, we have seen progressive deterioration of the security situation and balance of power in Eastern Europe. The undermining of the Minsk agreements by all parties and the discrediting of the security concerns voiced by Russia prepare the ground for the crisis we are all witnessing. Let me be clear, however, this situation in no way justifies the use of force against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of any member state. It is against the most basic norms and principles we all abide by, and a clear breach of the UN Charter. Mr. President, it is of our collective interest to jointly do all we can to stop and reverse the belligerent actions before it is too late. Brazil reiterates its calls for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine, as well as for full respect for international humanitarian law. Equally important, we call all actors involved to reassess their decisions concerning the supply of weapons, the recourse to cyber attacks, and the application of selective sanctions, particularly those which could affect the global economy, including the critical area of food security. At this moment, we need constructive solutions, not actions that will only prolong hostilities and spread the conflict, with rippling effects to the world's economy and security. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of civilians have already fled Ukraine. Many more will certainly follow, millions perhaps. The destruction of infrastructure has left people without electricity and water. Damage to essential infrastructure, interruption of basic services, including transportation and access to basic supplies, danger to persons with disabilities, the elderly, and children are causes of grave concern. There are pressing humanitarian needs for medical services, medicines, health equipment, shelter, and protection. The prospect of hostilities conducted in populated areas, compounded by the possible use of explosive weapons and direct participation of civilians, is also extremely worrisome. We urge all parties to avoid this scenario at all costs, bearing in mind the grave risks it poses to the civilian population. We call on all parties to adopt measures to ensure the protection of civilians and of critical civilian infrastructure, as well as to ensure unhindered humanitarian access to all those in need and the protection of refugees and displaced persons. We also reiterate our appeal to Ukraine and Russia to facilitate the withdrawal of all persons who want to leave the Ukrainian territory. Brazil expresses its gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and others that are facilitating the exit of people fleeing the conflict, including Brazilians and Latin Americans. Let me also take this opportunity to express our solidarity to all families who have lost someone in this war, to all people left without home, water, and electricity, to those who are fleeing in fear, sometimes with nowhere to go, and to everyone who is now trapped in a conflict zone, desperately attempting to find refuge. I wish to commend all personnel that are now in Ukraine trying to alleviate the suffering of the population. We know that you are doing your best in very challenging circumstances, and we know that more could be done to assist you in your efforts. Mr. President, a few times has the General Assembly been convened under the United for Peace resolution. By meeting today, the international community shows its unwavering determination to reach a diplomatic solution to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. A peaceful settlement of the crisis is not only the cessation of hostilities, it is about creating the conditions for a greater sense of security among all involved. It is about rebuilding bridges and regaining trust. And it is about respect. Respect for each other's legitimate security concerns, for civilian lives, for all countries that do not want a war, for international law, and for the most basic principles that have guided this organization since its inception. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the hour is grave. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, has unleashed an illegal and unjustifiable war of aggression against the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the political independence of another member state of the United Nations, Ukraine. The actions of the Russian Federation constitute an egregious violation of the Charter of the United Nations and of its purposes and of its principles. The sovereign equality of all states, the right of all people to self-determination, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the prohibition on the use of force. By unleashing this war, the Russian Federation seeks to destroy the freedom of a people and of a nation, a sovereign, independent, and integral nation. This is a war that is fueled by the desire of President Putin to restore imperialism and colonialism. These are the days against which the members of the United Nations have been fighting for generations. And the Russian Federation, once again, has prevented the Security Council from exercising its primary duty, that of protecting the peace, that of the maintenance of international peace and security. We are gathered here today because the Russian Federation has yet again illegitimately exercised its veto right, which we continue to view as illegitimate, as it has done on a number of other occasions. And the Russian Federation has now turned its threat to Ukraine, Europe, and the entire world with the threat of nuclear weapons use in a flagrant violation of the joint statement of the leaders of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council this past January.
Mr. President, it was in January of this year that members of the P5 agreed that a recourse to the nuclear option, to the nuclear threat, to the nuclear possibility was wrong. They admitted that no one could win this kind of confrontation. Just a few days later, President Putin announced that he was going to resort to this threat, directly contrary to what he had promised, signed, sealed, and delivered 6 weeks before. And so here we are, with a war that is a threat to each and every one of us. Through this resolution before us today, we as members of the United Nations have the chance to stand up in defense of a free people and to rebuke the evil notion that might makes right. And now we must all step up and stand up. Canada urges all member states to unequivocally condemn Russia's actions and to vote in favor of the resolution that is now before the Assembly. Russia has not been alone in undermining these foundational norms and rules, Mr. President. Belarus has also violated its obligations under the UN Charter and under international law. By allowing Russia to use its territory to invade and launch attacks against Ukraine, Belarus is aiding and abetting Russia's illegal war of aggression. Belarus's decision to send its force into Ukraine and to revoke its non-nuclear status are all completely unacceptable to us and completely incompatible with its obligations under the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, there must be accountability for these actions. As Russia has escalated its unjustifiable attack on Ukraine, its forces have encircled and shelled Ukrainian cities, targeting, killing, and maiming innocent Ukrainian civilians, children, women, and men. They are bombing civilian objects, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, apartments, and homes. They're looting and forcibly displacing civilians. Many hundreds of thousands have fled in freezing temperatures, seeking shelter across Ukraine's borders. There are credible reports that Russian forces are using prohibited weapons, including cluster bombs, and imposing siege warfare on Ukrainian cities. This is not news that comes in last week, news that comes in this morning. Pictures one can see visibly on social media as to what is taking place. Very different from the wars that have been waged in the past. We know what is happening in real time, and it is completely abhorrent. Let me be very clear, Mr. President. These are violations of international law, and they are acts that could amount to war crimes under international humanitarian law. Those acts flow directly from decisions that were made by President Putin and his inner circle, that were enabled by Belarus and their leaders, and carried out by Russia's armed forces and its proxies. These crimes began with an idea. What was the idea? We don't have to invent it. All we have to do is read President Putin's speeches and watch his declarations. The idea that a group of people are lesser, unequal, and unworthy worthy of the protection of the law. The idea that a people, in fact, do not exist as a people, that they don't have a right to be themselves, that they don't have a right to their own nation, to their own country, that they have no right to the protection of the Charter. The way Vladimir Putin describes the Ukrainian nation and its supporters over many generations fits the description of the idea that I have described. And it's that idea that lies at the heart of the acts that follow. Because actions don't come out of the blue, they don't come out of nothing. It all starts with an idea. And yet, with a terrible sense of irony, President Putin has perverted the very notion of genocide by alleging that genocide has been committed in Ukraine. I must stress, there has been no such finding substantiated by any UN or independent organization. And as my colleague from Brazil said, just speaking before me, if there are complaints, and obviously there have been in this chamber and in the Security Council with respect to the treatment of the Russian minority in Ukraine, even if those complaints were fully justified, they are not an excuse for war, and they are not an excuse for the aggression that we have seen. Ukraine has filed its own application under the Genocide Convention to the International Court of Justice. Canada takes the allegations filed by Ukraine with the greatest seriousness, as it does the decision of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to begin an investigation into potential crimes against humanity. These decisions are not taken lightly, and they have the most serious of consequences. But I want to stress, it is the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court that are the places for these allegations to be dealt with, not the battlefield, and never by unilateral aggression. That's why we signed up to the Charter. We signed up to the Charter because we agreed that we would subject our disputes to processes created by us over many, many arduous years and debates. What would be done in the event of a profound difference of opinion between states? We don't go to war. We go to the negotiating table. We go to court. We go to mediators. That's how we resolve disputes. The other way lies madness. Canada and the international community will spare no effort to ensure that violations of international law in Ukraine are in fact investigated, that evidence is gathered, and that the perpetrators are held to account. We do so not only out of our conviction that the use of history, that the arc of history tends towards justice. We do so because what Ukrainians are being subjected to is horrific, and they deserve better, and they deserve more. Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to speak directly to the brave people and the government of Ukraine. We are quite simply inspired by you. We are standing with you, and you are not alone. Our support for Ukraine, your country, for your Ukrainian democracy, and for your right to choose your own future in Ukraine remains unwavering, steadfast, and resolute. Canada will do everything in its power to help you as you hold strong and defend your homeland against this terrible Russian aggression. Together with our partners, we will ensure that President Putin and those who ordered, implemented, and enabled this reckless war will continue to face significant costs and to be held accountable for their actions. Your struggle is now our struggle. And we are with you. Mr. President, if I could speak directly to the people of Russia. To the Russian protesters who are bravely demonstrating against the war, who have been met with brutal force and arbitrary arrests by riot police. To the thousands of Russian citizens who have written letters, had the courage to put their name on a letter to the President of Russia, condemning this reckless decision. To all those Russians at home and abroad who are opposed to this senseless war, and you are in the millions. Canada and the world, we see you, and we hear you. Your president, Vladimir Putin, has sorely miscalculated. He has ignored the democratic and law-abiding spirit of the Russian people. He has underestimated the brave Ukrainians defending their country from aggression, with whom you have no cause for war, no cause for hatred, no cause for violence. And he has severely misjudged the resolve of the world to stand against him. Whatever lies are spoken here today, trying to justify the unjustifiable, or to explain the inexplicable, it is President Putin's war of choice that is making your lives much more difficult. But there is always time for de-escalation. There is always time for dialogue. And your president must choose this path. Should he not, I believe it will show just how much contempt he has for you and for the future of your country and the that we live on and share. Mr. President, we should all say together, directly to President Putin, stop this war. Stop this war. Stop it before there is more death, more pain, and more hardship. Stop the use of threats. Take your finger away from the nuclear bomb and never put it back for as long as you live. Come to grips with the reality as in more serious and rational moments you have done.
Yeah, I hear you.
Mr. President, it is never too late to stop. It's never too late to make a turn to diplomacy, to dialogue, and to negotiation. The alternative cannot happen.
Okay.
So now it falls to all of us, as equal members of the United Nations, with equality and sovereignty, that I've said before, is what we signed up to when we became members of this organization. We need to stand up to the principles, for the principles of the Charter, for the purposes of the Charter, and to heal the hurt and pain that has been caused by this terrible war of aggression. This responsibility belongs to us and to no others. We sit here, we have to make decisions. We have to take every step we can, the human footsteps, to peace, to reconciliation, and to justice. That is now our job in the General Assembly. And we must seize this moment This moment of accountability, this moment of justice, this moment of democracy, we must seize it together. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Asker polis olsa belki daha tecrübeli olabilir ama sivillerin özellikle anlık fevri hareketleri olabilir. O yüzden bizim akşamları dışarı çıkmamız oldukça riskli. Onun harici bir otelde konaklıyoruz ve herhangi bir güvenlik sıkıntısı
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are meeting today in a historic emergency special session because the UN Security Council was unfortunately unable to discharge its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as a result of the veto cast by the Russian Federation, which is regrettable. We welcome the convening of this emergency special session as it allows all countries, especially the small countries, to raise their voice, to state their views, and to register their concerns in this universal organ of the United Nations. Mr. President, Singapore has always taken a consistent position on the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Singapore is a staunch supporter of the rules-based multilateral system and of the United Nations. The unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation is a clear and gross violation of the fundamental norms of international law and of the UN Charter. The UN Charter prohibits the use of force and acts of aggression against another sovereign state. This is a matter of principle for all small states and a matter of fundamental importance to all members of the General Assembly. For a tiny city-state like Singapore, this is an existential issue. A world order where might is right, or the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, would be profoundly inimical to the security and survival of small states. We cannot accept one country attacking another without justification, arguing that its independence was the result of, and I quote, historical errors and crazy decisions, unquote. We simply cannot accept such an argument. Such an argument and rationale would go against the internationally recognized legitimacy and territorial integrity of many countries, including Singapore. This is why Singapore condemns, in the strongest terms possible, any unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country under any pretext. We deplore the Russian Federation's special military operation against Ukraine, both its operation in the Donbas region and the broader
in Lviv,
land,
things are
air,
relatively
and sea
quiet, but in the last few hours we did hear some more air raid sirens. It's a curfew now, like many cities across Ukraine. There's a curfew here from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. And there's also a lights-out policy, which means that when we shoot our live shot, we actually have to do it with slightly dimmer lights and turn them off immediately afterwards. It's all part of the security measures that are in place across the country. But the main focus of activity here in Lviv is the number number of refugees that are coming through here. Today, again, we saw tens of thousands of refugees coming through here, trying to make it across the border, mostly to Poland, but also Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. Some distressing news, however, in the last few minutes or so, our team in Kiev has heard a massive explosion, and it appears to have struck very close to the main train station. Now, that is where hundreds of refugees were trying to depart the city from earlier. I don't know how many people were still there at the train station. We're still trying to get those details, but any disruption to the railway network would mean that for many people fleeing, that cuts off one of their avenues to actually escape. I'll get those details as soon as I can, but this has just happened in the last 20 minutes or so.
To withdraw all its troops from the territory of Ukraine, and for the responsible actors to immediately cease all hostilities and prioritize diplomacy to address all issues peacefully in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. We also support the good
There's still a lot of
the UN
bottlenecks.
Secretary
However,
General
it has gotten a
deployed
little
in
bit
any
better.
way possible
Basically, they've added a lot more border
diplomatic
crossings
contacts
into
and
Poland, but
negotiations.
also those other countries,
Mr.
Hungary,
President, let me
Romania,
conclude by
Slovakia.
saying that the world
They
is
have
watching
also
us
put in a
as
whole
we
bunch
meet
of new
today
trains
in the General Assembly.
that hopefully trying
As
to
members of
spread,
the General
distribute
Assembly,
out the
we have
number
to
of
act
ways people
swiftly,
can cross over.
firmly,
Already,
and
about
with unity of
800,000
purpose.
people have crossed the
Singapore
border,
is
and
one
that
of the
number is
main
expected to go up to a
co-sponsors
million
of
very
the draft
quickly, could get up
resolution
into the millions.
that
That's
has been
according to the
tabled for
UN.
adoption in this General Assembly.
I believe the
Singapore
waiting time
will
at
not
a lot of those
hesitate
border
to vote
crossings
yes
has
on
also
this draft
reduced
resolution.
significantly,
Singapore
but it's still
will
several
always
hours
vote
of waiting in
uphold the
sub-zero
principles of
temperature
the
to
UN
get
Charter
across. So it's just
and
an
to uphold
exhausting and
international
terrifying
law.
journey for so many
And
of
I would
them.
like to urge all members of the General Assembly to vote yes for this resolution. And distinguished delegates, this resolution is not about taking sides. It is about upholding international law.
Yeah, I mean,
and the
capital
principles
city,
of the UN Charter.
faces off
The United
against this
Nations,
huge
distinguished
convoy, a
delegates,
40-mile-long
is being tested
convoy
today.
of
It is
artillery,
important
tanks,
that all countries,
armored vehicles, Russian troops.
especially the small
but
states,
that convoy hasn't
send
moved
a
in the
clear
last
signal
24
that
hours,
we
and
are
it's unclear
united for
why
peace,
that is. Is it
and we are
stalled? Is it having
united to
logistical
defend the
difficulties
principles
with
of the
food and
Charter,
fuel? Is it
and that we are
coming
united
up
to
against
uphold
resistance by
international
Ukrainian
law.
troops?
I thank
We're
you
not
for your
sure,
attention.
but it hasn't moved on Kyiv yet. What we've seen instead are some of these strikes on strategic locations. Yesterday evening, it was near the TV tower. In fact, it toppled the TV tower, and it hit the communication center of the city, killing at least 5 people. Now what we see is this strike late at night against what appears to be the railway system. So it seems to be these very targeted and strategic strikes in Kyiv, but we don't see any Russian troops moving in yet.
The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 5. The meeting is adjourned.
I was superhero, and I really wanted to be, but that didn't happen for me. So I interpreted
most of
it
the
in a
people
film.
I speak to here are defiant.
The
They see
protagonist is a
themselves as
14-year-old
staying to
Christian
fight
girl
for
with
the
a keen
country, and
sense
those
of
who have
justice.
fled abroad
The budding
have
heroine
fled
ponders
because
what a good disguise
either
could be
they're not from
and
this
finds the
country or
answer
they
on the
have
street.
elderly or children, and that they will try and help the war effort from abroad. That's how many
Fully
Ukrainians
veiled,
see
she
it.
sets out. In
I
her
think what's
superhero disguise,
hardest
she
for
hunts down
many
men
of the
who
refugees
sexually
is the
harass
sheer
women.
uncertainty, not knowing
A Christian
when
woman
you're going
in
to see your loved ones.
Critics say it's an abuse of Islamic values, but the
Not
filmmaker
knowing
replies
when
that
you're
it's a
going to be
subject which
home.
affects all
And
religions.
it splits so many families apart because remember,
Thankfully, I never experienced
any
something very
Ukrainian
tragic,
male between the ages of
but I definitely just walking in the streets of Egypt. I feel like 100% or 99% of women experience sexual harassment
18
on a
and
daily
60
basis.
is not allowed to leave the country. They have to help
have
be
constant
part of
catcalls, which
the
is
defense
the
effort.
normal woman
So as you can
experience in
imagine,
Egypt.
there's
I
a lot
had
of
a
tearful
guy stop me
goodbyes at
home
the
and
train station
coming
as
to my
mothers
building before.
say goodbye to fathers or sons or brothers.
film, for example,
and it's
men
that
see tight
uncertainty
jeans
that
as an
really, really
invitation.
hits at the heart of so many of those fleeing the fighting.
The heroine's message: enough. Above all, Shehata criticizes the fact that sexual attacks are mostly kept quiet. She and her allies want to see that change. The scholars of the Islamic Azhar University are considered the moral compass of Muslims in Egypt. They made their own short film aimed at tackling sexual harassment. While the scholars are advocates for what they call decent clothing for women, their message is clear.
What a woman wears is no justification for harassment. Imagine living somewhere else that has certain dress codes. Does that justify sexual harassment? Absolutely not. In the event of sexual assault, it's a matter for the judiciary.
Go to the authorities, they say. Never before have the clergy come out so firmly on the matter. Shihata meets with the heroine of her short film, Yasmina. The director wants to broach the subject of sexual assault in a feature-length film. Yasmina is passionate about the project because it affects her directly. When Shihata directed Yasmina in the short film, the actress was just 14 years old.
I mean, obviously sexual harassment was a thing to me, and I knew what it was, but once we started filming it, and it happened while we were on set, they were just like making fun of the costume, saying things about my body. It really opened my eyes to the whole situation, and kind of gave me the feminism kick.
Tara Shahata's path to the cinema won't be easy. Her short film has gained international recognition, but in Egypt, the subject of sexual assault is still taboo and considered inappropriate for the silver screen. But the manager of the independent cinema, Salgia, is interested. For Shihata, it's a relief. She's often accused of lambasting Egypt.
I'm looking for international audiences for this film because, one, I think the topic of sexual harassment in general is a universal topic. It's not something that just happens in Egypt. It happens everywhere. It's not just in Egypt.
Attorney Rajia Omran represents several women who have exposed sexual assault and violence on social media, even naming perpetrators. The Me Too movement has brought many previously untold stories of harassment to light. For the first time, large numbers of women are breaking their silence.
The accounts that sprung up over the summer of 2020 brought attention to the issue to a wider audience. Egyptian women who do go to the police stations to report sexual harassment do not always get a positive or encouragement to file the report. There's sometimes pressure to kind of, settle the case amicably by getting the perpetuator to, apologize.
Gender relations are the main theme in Shihata's films. She asks people on the street questions they've never been asked before. Kissing before marriage, yes or no? She wants to bring taboos out of the shadows and into the light. Tara Shihata says the subject of sexual harassment is one of the most important in Egypt because it's too often downplayed.
But when it's just like a word, no one really talks about it. They kind of say, it wasn't a big deal, just forget about it. But these little things add up, and then they matter, and they affect a woman's life and those who are harassed life. So I really think we should enforce laws to stop those men and punish those men.
Repression and discrimination are part of life for many women around the world. On our new Facebook channel, DW Women, you'll find stories about those taking a stand and inspiring others to do the same. DW Women gives a voice to the women of our world.
I am
a global team.
This week's Global Teen is a strong and independent young woman from South Africa.
Yes, it is.
My name is Asanda Pagate. I'm 17 years old. I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Okay, I messed it up. I'm 17 years old from Kamalake, KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. I have 7
Yes, it
siblings,
is.
but
That's
I
correct.
live with other 4 siblings, and my 3 siblings are living with my father. They play annoying songs. I don't like their songs.
Thank you.
Like the way they do things. Sometimes they just take my stuff without telling me or asking me, so I just get annoyed.
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
To be honest, no, I didn't, because I have to get up every day, and sometimes I'll be
No
like,
worries, that's
okay, I don't want to go to school today, but I have to because I have exams or I have to study and all that stuff since I joined some study groups.
It's
So
very quiet tonight.
yeah, that wasn't good for me because I didn't like that. Okay, my free
So
time.
according to the fixture, there's a
I
second
do
bunker in the
karate.
park.
I like it
Two
because
of
it
them.
disciplines you, and it also helps you like to be very aware of your surroundings, because they teach you to always be vigilant and all that stuff. So I really like it. I didn't know how to fight in case I needed to defend myself, so it really helped. Yeah. I hope
Where I'm at in
Yeah,
Lviv is relatively safer,
educational
although we do hear
psychologist,
air raid sirens
and
almost every day. In
also
fact, just a few
have,
hours
like,
ago there were a few.
created some
And there
few
are
apps
missile strikes in
that
this
can help,
area
like,
of Western
learners that
Ukraine,
are
particularly on military
slow,
airfields,
create
but there are no
apps that
Russian
are
troops here,
appropriate
none of that
for
fierce
children.
fighting. And that's why, since it is more secure, we have tens of thousands of refugees coming in here
snakes,
every day. They usually, many of them move on to the borders of Poland, Hungary, or Romania, also Slovakia. So far, according to the UN, more than 800,000 have already crossed, and that number is expected to reach into millions very
Yeah,
soon,
I think so.
especially as the fighting increases in the east and in the south
I
as
don't go
well.
to places carrying my ID book and all that stuff, being afraid of cops and all. So I think I have it better. I really have it better.
Night skies flooded with light. These days, cities barely ever experience the true cover of darkness. We take
It has
constant
absolutely
illumination
changed.
for
A little
granted.
bit more than a week ago, Lviv
Early
was this
pioneers of
buzzing
artificial
city
light,
of
including
hipster
Sir
cafes,
Humphrey
restaurants,
Davy,
and boutiques.
James Prescott
And
Joule,
nobody here seemed
and
to
most
believe that
famously
the
Thomas
invasion
Edison
was going to happen, or at least
revolutionized
not a
our lives
full-scale
by
invasion.
making light bulbs
People thought
readily
maybe
available.
something would happen in the
But the
disputed
effects
regions
of
of
all this
eastern
artificial
Ukraine.
light
But when it
can have a
happened, the shock
damaging
really
effect on
set
both
in,
the
and now the
environment
city is completely
and our
transformed.
health.
Their school is closed. In fact, the schools are being turned into shelters for
magnitude 6.6
people coming
earthquake.
in fleeing the violence.
In 1994,
There
Los
are
Angeles was
air
hit by
raid
a
sirens
strong
throughout the
earthquake.
day. There are
It caused
sandbag
chaos on the
bunkers
streets
on the streets.
and the blackouts.
Some streets
As
even
you
have
look out
these,
your window, it's
what they
probably
call
pitch dark right
During
now.
the
anti-hedgehogs.
blackouts, many
These are
people
sort of
called
star-shaped
observatories
steel
and even
bars that
911.
prevent any
Not
armored
because the
vehicles
earth was shaking,
from coming
but
down the
because
road.
they saw a giant
And it's all
silvery cloud in
preparing
the
the
sky.
city in
That
defense.
cloud was, in fact,
You see on the
the Milky
streets groups of
Countless
men
stars they had never
with
seen
their
before.
registration papers to
You maybe
join
haven't
civil
heard
defense
much about it
forces,
yet,
and in air raid
but
shelters.
light pollution doesn't
They're now
merely
giving
conceal stars.
medical training
It seriously
classes for
affects
what
our
to do in
health
emergency,
and
how
the
to deliver a
environment.
baby in the event that you're stuck in a shelter and you have somebody going into labor. Even local businesses
When the
are
first
pitching
light bulb
into
was
the
turned
effort.
on
So you
in the
see
19th
bakeries
century,
that
it
are now
marked a
baking
real
bread
revolution.
for those people waiting
Night
for hours
suddenly became
outside
day.
border checkpoints trying
It's
to
great.
get across.
With
A
electric
local
light, you can
craft
travel,
beer brewery has turned
work,
his bottling factory into
go
a
out,
Molotov cocktail
party
factory.
whatever the time of day.
The whole city
The
is
pioneers
now
might
on
not have
this
expected
war
their invention
footing,
to take
where
over the
almost
whole world.
everything is geared towards
In fact,
the defensive.
in many places, electric light has banished true darkness.
In terms of proportional changes to the world, the introduction of this light into the night is one of the most dramatic changes that we've made to the biosphere.
This is Christopher Kyiv. He researches artificial light emissions from cities and their impact. Today, more than
Not that I've
80%
seen.
of the
I mean,
world's
everyone I
population
speak
no
to
longer
here is
experience
incredibly
dark skies.
defiant, and
For example,
ironic.
nights are
Russian
so bright
President
in
Vladimir
Singapore
Putin seems
that
to have
people
wanted
can't
to
adapt their vision for
bring
darkness.
Ukraine
Today,
closer to Russia by
scientists are
force.
warning of the dangers
That
of
hasn't
artificial
worked.
light at
It's
night.
in fact
It did
really
mentally affect
driven
me.
the nationalism
And
instead
that's when
of
I
many
decided to pursue
Ukrainians.
this
It's
matter.
united them in a cause.
This is Nilesh Desai,
And so what you
activist in
find
India.
with the
His
people
goal,
that are fleeing
reduce
here is
night
that they're
violence.
terrified
Scientists
because
now
of
consider
what they've
artificial light
just
at night a form of
fled.
pollution.
Missile strikes in residential areas,
During the entire
hospitals
development
being damaged, civilians being
of
killed.
multicellular organisms
But that
and
hasn't,
plants and animals
it
and
hasn't
vertebrates
really done
and
anything
the
to
mammals
damage their
and
resolve
primates and humans,
of
during
actually
that
just
whole
being
time,
Ukrainian. If
there
anything,
was
they're even
this
more proud of
constant
that. Many of
signal
the people
coming
that
from
are
the
crossing
environment.
over the border
This is
are women
daytime,
and children,
this is
the
nighttime,
elderly, if
this
they
is the
can
lunar
go.
month.
Men between
And
the ages of 18
in
and 60
areas
are not allowed
that
to cross. They
experience
have
strong
to
light
join
pollution,
in with the
that
territorial
signal
defense forces.
is
So there is this very
effectively, has been dramatically
patriotic
changed.
sentiment now sweeping through the country.
Industrialization over the past century has led to a surge in artificial illumination.
So we see that most countries in the world are becoming brighter.
This has accelerated in recent decades, particularly in Asian cities.
Thank you.
All violet dots on this map show new light sources installed in India between 2012 and 2016.
It's just, horrible. It is horrible. It's a huge sky glow. It's, you can just see the orange glow across the entire Mumbai, combined with a lot of air pollution.
This is the view from Nilesh's apartment in Mumbai. He lives on the 7th floor with his family and is literally in the spotlight. Lights from nearby streets and the stadium shine directly into their apartment.
Lights used to be on till like 12 a.m. or sometimes till 3 a.m. in the night. and I used to get disturbed by those lights, bright lights coming into my room, my bedroom, and it definitely impacted me because I could not see.
Curtains and sleep masks failed to improve the situation. So in 2018, he complained to the authorities, claiming a right to darkness. At first, they ignored him, even though studies linked artificial light to eye injuries, sleeplessness, obesity, and maybe even depression. Some studies of shift workers have indicated that exposure to light at night could increase the risk of breast cancer. But why?
So there's a hormone that our brain makes called melatonin, which in mammals is a signal of darkness. And when we don't get that hormone, when we don't produce that hormone because we're exposed to so much light in our apartment or as a shift worker, then the whole working of this whole biological clock system becomes problematic.
Sleep, digestion, and blood pressure are regulated by this biological clock. And here, two of the greatest light inventions of recent decades come into play: LEDs and screens. They are very bright and very efficient, and that comes at a price. We may not be able to do anything about bright lights outside, but the lights we have at home are often literally in our hands. The problem is not only brightness, but also color. Blue light from phone displays, screens, and LEDs is similar to daylight. While light, in general, can suppress the production of melatonin, blue light from screens and LEDs can do so more strongly. That's why experts at Harvard recommend not using bright screens or LED lights for 2 to 3 hours before going to bed, or switching to dimmer and warmer shades of light. Light at night doesn't only threaten our health.
There is a tremendous change because the increase of brightness at nighttime is new to evolution.
This is Sibylle Schröer from the Leibniz Institute of Freshwater Ecology and Inland Fisheries in Berlin. She researches the impact of light on ecosystems.
Light is not neutral. Light has an effect.
Corals, birds, and many other species of wildlife struggle when it's light at night, where it used to be dark. Freshly hatched turtles should make their way into the sea, but lights near the shore can mislead them. They head inland and die. Artificial light at night contributes to the decline in insect populations. One study says the decline amounts to 100 billion every summer in Germany alone. Such light also contributes to a decrease in nocturnal pollination activity. A UK study found that where there is nighttime lighting, trees bud earlier and lose their leaves later than elsewhere. All these various effects on different creatures and plants together affect the environment as a whole. So what can we do as individuals? It might sound obvious, but Turn on lights only when and where you need it, and then turn it off again. Or let a motion sensor turn it on and off for you. Use lampshades, for instance, to block unwanted stray light. Use lights with a warmer tone. They can be just as efficient. And lower the intensity when possible. Dimming is the magic word here. Entire cities, even entire countries can adopt such solutions. France, for example, has banned sky beams and in some places set times when lights in public spaces have to be dimmed or switched off, as well as capping the brightness of lamps in ecologically sensitive areas.
I'm afraid that people don't realize this is a serious issue, and there needs to be a lot of awareness, rules and regulations as to how we install lights and where we install lights.
After protests from citizens like Nilesh Desai, Mumbai politicians have signaled they're open to reducing light pollution. They have called on the Indian Ministry of Environment to implement laws. Nilesh Desai hopes it won't take a blackout for the people of Mumbai to see the Milky Way, one day, or rather, one night.
Light pollution is just one of many environmental problems in urban areas. Congestion is another serious issue, especially in emerging economies. Poor public transport systems often leave people with no alternative than to travel by car, where they end up spending hours stuck in traffic. Take Moscow as an example. In 2020, the average car journey took 54% longer than it should have due to congestion. That's more than 3 hours instead of 2. City officials have a plan to change that.
Their PR is already top of the line. This logo says this is an electric bus, attention-grabbing and visible to everyone. There are 500 of them in Moscow, more than any other city in Europe. The plan is for all buses in Moscow to go electric by 2030. The venture appears to have gone down well with the passengers.
It drives so smoothly that you can hardly feel anything. It's so calm. I think electric buses are a great concept.
Recharging only takes a few minutes. That's enough to power the buses on 36 routes. Passengers can charge their cell phones on USB ports. Project director Etienne Bolakov knows the advantages of the new buses.
We're completely transforming Moscow in terms of ecological public transport. This is a new generation of electric buses. They're as fast, dynamic and manoeuvrable as normal buses, but they're also ecologically clean and don't make any noise.
Some Moscow residents are mourning the old trolley buses, from which only the contact lines remain. Eventually they'll go too. Bus driver Yevgeny Makhonin used to drive a trolley bus. For him, the new electric buses are a big improvement.
In the past, we always had to climb on the roof of the bus and switch out the contact shoe that connects to the current collector. During rain, frost and snow, it was especially irritating. With these buses, it's not necessary. Drive up to a charging station, recharge the battery, and off you go.
But where does this power come from?
We have a unified energy system and all of the power plants send their electricity to it. These can be atomic or wind-powered power plants. Unfortunately, we still don't know where the specific kilowatt hours come from, and we don't give it much thought either.
Moscow's metro is also electric powered and is expanding rapidly. New stations are popping up at breakneck speed, some of them in areas that aren't already built up. The transit system follows the demand. Many Russians from poorer regions are moving to Moscow, which is a rich metropolis with millions of residents. The metro is the fastest way to get from A to B.
This is happening at record speed. In 10 years, the metro system has almost doubled in size.
During this period, the city has opened 145 new metro and train stations, and almost 44 more are planned by 2024. Plus, a third metro ring is being built. The new stations are state-of-the-art and boast individual designs. They even have little luxuries, including a virtual library stocked with text by Russian authors that can be accessed by cell phone. But the expansion of Moscow's metro system has also generated criticism. This protest is in opposition to the expansion of the metro system. People here are sad to see the green space overtaken by a metro line. They believe the restructuring of Moscow by its current mayor is the wrong way to go. They feel the modern Moscow, including the new metro lines, isn't theirs. This view is shared by local politician Yasmin Fakhmi.
Moscow isn't getting better or more beautiful. The city's destroying itself and losing its uniqueness.
Yasmin and other opponents say there's no reason for a station here, because the district already has enough public transit. Beyond that, they say the metro line is much too shallow and threatens the foundations of old buildings.
How does it work? Fast. That means without inspections or expert reports. We've discovered that expert reports are bought and sold. Their findings aren't reliable. They're just a formality. They're reports without a real foundation.
In European democracies, the speed with which Moscow's metro was built would be unimaginable.
Because Russia's an authoritarian regime, many decisions can simply be carried out from above without considering public opinion. That, of course, makes things move more quickly. The state decides and the state does it. But it often leads to mistakes when we don't ask the public what they think. When they don't understand why, they protest.
Many Moscow residents are welcoming the new transit possibilities, including car sharing. Moscow has the biggest car sharing fleet in Europe, 6 companies and 26,000 cars. With these new sustainable transit options, Moscow hopes to get the traffic jams and air pollution under control.
And that's it for this edition of Global 3000. If you have any comments on today's show, do email us at global3000@dw.com. Until next time, it's bye-bye and take care.
Найкращий друг сусід, який процес мереж. Він ворог, свідку зовні, повітря полонив. Ні, я не був готовий боротися один. Я дихаю повільно, врахую кожну мить. Мій організм стерильний, але душа.
I still believe in our city. It really is a statement that I'm putting up with these guardians who are strong and resilient and hopeful in the face of these horrible attacks against our community. It is a public art series created in partnership with the New York City Commission on Human Rights to address the anti-Asian bias and hate crimes that have been on the rise as of late. I'm Amanda Pinkwidibahia. I'm a Brooklyn-based multidisciplinary artist, and my work makes the invisible visible. Today we're in the financial district installing these new panels for I Still Believe in Our City. We see these figures depicted larger than life. And what they do is they lift us up. They hold our community and they say, despite what we've been through as Asian Americans and as New Yorkers, we're still here fighting every day for our shared future. You know, I think what's great is that everybody who passes by these women can see a little bit of themselves.
We all have stories from our youth
of being subjected to various forms of Asian American racism. We've also seen in the past year kind of powerful movements like the Black Lives Matter movement, where we've been in solidarity and in coalition with different communities throughout the city to fight against anti-Black racism. Now we're talking about anti-Asian racism. New York City, because of its diversity, I think is a city where we want our different communities to be standing up for each other in solidarity.
Physical attacks and verbal assaults against people of Asian descent around the world has increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The United Nations, since its beginning, has fought against racism and racial discrimination, specifically with Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The United Nations Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights is fighting against racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and fighting for minorities and indigenous peoples as well.
Now we are in my installation called May We Know Our Own Strength. This installation is a second body of work that I'm developing in partnership with the New York City Commission on Human Rights. It was inspired by a watershed moment of AAPI youth sharing their stories of sexual assault and gender-based violence. In this installation, I invite all New Yorkers, actually anyone anywhere, to submit through an online portal, mayweknow.nyc, their stories, their sins, secrets, and suffering. And I will take this pooling mass of anger and loss and grief and pain and weave it into hanging paper sculptures into this space. This is a message received yesterday. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. My older male cousin molested me when I was 12. What makes this even more complicated is that he is from the AAPI side of my family, so I often find myself struggling to accept that the source of my connection to this beautiful community also contains my greatest wound. I think this submission is so powerful because, you know, like healing from trauma, there's such a mix of pain and grief, but also hope. Art can be such a powerful way to access your own humanity. I think we see atrocious human rights violations happen because folks have shut the door on their own humanity. Art can really be a way to bring your humanity back home.
I need reliable electricity for my factory here in Nairobi. We make building blocks out of plastic waste, and I employ 20 people. Electricity is great. It gives me light and it keeps food cool in the refrigerator. But our planet is getting hotter and hotter because most of our electricity still comes from fossil fuels. But we don't have to choose between using energy and protecting the planet. So imagine instead a world where every job is based on clean, renewable energy, and where wind and solar are even more abundant, and where energy is affordable and reliable and available to everyone. This might sound like a fantasy, but it's achievable, and we know how to get there. 7 million people die every year because of air pollution, both indoors and outdoors. And fossil fuel produces almost 80% of carbon emissions that are warming our planet. But things are changing quickly. The cost of solar power has plummeted 90% in the last 10 years. And we see solar power everywhere. For example, in India, in Chile, and here in Kenya. We already spend more on renewable energy than on fossil fuel. In fact, a quarter of our electricity comes from renewables. And China is making a huge investment in wind energy, while Denmark is already getting half of its electricity from wind. We are using new technologies all over the world, like smart water heaters, high-efficiency pumps, and electric vehicles powered by renewable energy. To meet the goals of the UN Paris Climate Agreement, more than 190 countries are developing plans to reduce their carbon footprints. Everyone has to show what they are doing to keep global temperatures from rising more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. We know there are big challenges. Coal power has to be phased out, and oil and gas production needs to be greatly reduced wherever possible. We need to invest more so we can develop new sources of energy like green hydrogen. We can all do our bit. So help me spread the word by posting your support of the Paris Agreement and for hashtag climate action.
My name is Melinda Sada. I'm coming from Krakow. I'm an executive director of Medica Japan. When I was a child, I saw that the women has no right, equal right, like the men in our society. I used to advocate to the families of my friends to give my friends the freedom of movement and the freedom of being free and living their lives as they want. Working in civil society is much more than working, it's a mission. Medica Jakova, with their work overall Kosovo, we support Albanians, Raj community, we have Serbian women, Bosnian, Turkish women that we provide psychosocial support, gynecological support, and legal support, and also economic support. Increase their capacities, reorientate them to do the business, open any startup, or to produce the products that they need in order to generate some money for themselves and for their families.
Për shkak të stigmës, mundohemi që grupi i grove që angazhohen në sektorin ekonomik të jetë ndryshe. Prandaj ne gjithmonë mundohemi që grupi i grove të jetë qoftë që kanë përjetuar dominat të ndryshme, qoftë persona të largësuar, qoftë prej grupeve të minoriteteve, në mënyrë që të bëhet një grup i ndryshueshëm që të mos identifikohet.
We know that the stigma is so high here, and due to the stigma, the people are not able to speak out about what happened to them and also to apply for the pension.
Pra, em kanë qyrë një është të javë, një shku, falenderoj mirë, se më ka e kështrezi, kur të shumë stres ma. Nësë që jo më shku në medika, jo më aftësu, atër e këmë të burit, apo vjerë dhe ti, përvoja një atëma.
We, as an organization, we are prepared to start advocacy and to change the deadline for application in the law, because it is only 5 years and we have only 2 years more. So this is our objective, the women to be able to take the decision for themselves first within the family, or to be part of the decision in the family and also in the community. It is an improvement from the beginning to today regarding the participation of the women in the politics. The quota helped us a lot in order the women to be visible. And really we have now the women that go the votes directly, and they are visible and they are able to do the politics better than the men. Our intention is in the future is that the women survivors to live in dignity and without violence.
Welcome to Global 3000. In Ghana, people are finding creative solutions to the ever-increasing problem of plastic waste. In Iran's capital Tehran, determined cyclists are lowering pollution levels. And air that leaves you breathless. How Indonesia's children are struggling with smog. Around the world, 9 out of 10 of us breathe in air with emissions levels deemed to be too high. The World Health Organization estimates that some 7 million people die each year as a result of air pollution. The group distinguishes between air quality indoors and outdoors. Some 3 billion people have no alternative but to cook and heat their homes using fuels which emit toxic gases. And more than 4 million people each year lose their lives due to poor air quality outside. Pollutants from factories and transport can have a detrimental impact on our respiratory system, as well as our heart. Children are among the worst affected. In the first episode of our new series, Unseen, we take you to Indonesia, revealing the plight of children living in a polluted world.
Zidane was first diagnosed with asthma when he was 2. The nebulizer again? No? Then you'd better stay home? Where can't you go?
Outside.
So you'd rather play?
At home.
Pastinya juga adanya kegelisahan, kemudian adanya fenomena-fenomena.
There's a lot of anxiety about air pollution, especially in Jakarta.
Kita tinggal sendiri misalnya di Jakarta. Menurut saya tinggal di kota yang memang mungkin.
Unfortunately, we had to resign ourselves to living in a city that has one of the highest rates of air pollution in the world.
Udah harus taken for granted saja sih di awal.
People with asthma, like my son or me, need to avoid breathing in dirty air whenever possible. We have to wear a mask every time we go out. It's been getting worse year after year as the amount of traffic increases. The air pollution can cause Zidane's asthma to flare up. It's a pity the government has chosen to build even more coal-fired power plants. Solar energy would be much better.
Jakarta used to have a lot more green areas. Now they're gone because of people seeking profits from new building projects everywhere.
Right
now, we are at Veranda Home, which we designed and built. It's a combination of a family home and lodge. The entire building is covered in vegetation, improving the microclimate around the location. It's even possible to lower the room temperature inside the building by around 1 to 5 degrees.
At least -5 atau 1 derajat.
I wish we could move to the mountains, where it's cooler, but not too cold, and where there are still lots of trees, like in a village.
If we can create an economy based on environment, we have all the technologies in place now. The question is, how serious are we to actually reduce the carbon emissions?
We need to balance all of the elements. Singapura, yang sebetulnya negara itu adalah.
The city-state of Singapore strikes a balance between humans and their built-up environment. Its design incorporates nature and buildings in a harmonious way. There's now growing awareness about the issue.
Sekarang mungkin mulai ada kesadaran.
Taking Zidane to the park has a really positive impact on his health. I have high hopes for Zidane. He was smart and lively from a very young age. I hope his asthma can be cured, so he can run around and play with his friends again, and not get tired so quickly.
Another country grappling with air pollution is Iran. With the pandemic, international sanctions, and economic hardship making everyday life a challenge, climate change is rarely top of the agenda. But in the capital, Tehran, individuals are pushing and peddling for change.
Riding a bike through the streets of Tehran is a potentially hazardous activity. Exhaust emission levels here are up to 8 times higher than WHO safety recommendations. The city is often smothered in smog. 37-year-old Elnaz Nazari wants to change this. She studied abroad and now runs a cafe in Tehran. She recently joined a group of young people who call themselves Green Clubs. Their goal is to make the city greener.
The bigger problem is that we don't see the potential alternatives. We think that because Tehran has a lot of traffic and has a lot of pollution, it's impossible to ride the bicycle or to walk or to run. But the fact is that we're running to reduce that pollution.
Elnaz Nazari's cafe is a meeting point for a small, dedicated cycling community. Twice a week, the group offers free repair services and coffee. Many of the cyclists are women. Though they're not expressly prohibited from riding bicycles, a lot of hardliners continue to insist that it's un-Islamic. But according to these women, a lot of Iranians see it differently.
Most of the reactions I get when people see me biking are positive. A lot of people encourage me, especially women. They clap to me from their car windows, honk loudly and call out, "Mashallah,
well, I think the
how
major
great."
change has been just the sheer numbers of people
For Elnaz Nazari, cycling presented a business opportunity.
A few hundred,
During the pandemic, she started
now,
selling
on average,
sourdough bread.
about 150,000 people a day pass
This allowed
through
her to
Western
continue
Ukraine,
earning
flying
money
through to
during the
borders of
lockdown.
Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia.
Initially, one of the biggest
According to the
challenges
United
was
Nations,
handling
more than
deliveries.
300,000
She
have
asked a
already
few of her
crossed, so
cyclists,
they expect
and
to reach
soon
a million
she had a
very
small
quickly.
fleet
It
of
could well
volunteer
go up
food
into a million,
couriers.
especially as
been
more
very
civilian
great.
and
We
residential
started with
areas are
4
getting hit
cyclists,
by those missile attacks
about 2 months
in
ago.
eastern Ukraine,
Now the
but also
clock
in southern
is,
Ukraine
close to
and the
100.
capital city of Kiev, where we've just seen the train station
One of the
apparently
cyclists
get
is
hit
photographer
in the last
Chantin.
hour or so.
Every week
so
he takes an
things are
afternoon
looking
off so he
here
can take part.
grim for the rest of the country, although everything
Up
here
until
remains
now,
safe and
we haven't
secure.
had the
The
infrastructure
city
for biking.
is, however,
Thanks to our
changing.
efforts,
It's
we
now
can hopefully make
become
officials
ready
aware of the
for
fact that
any
there are people
possible
like us
attack.
out there.
So they've started,
Maybe then
for
they'll build bike
example,
lanes all over
cleaning
the
out
city.
old Soviet Cold War bunkers to be
Off
used
they
as air
go.
raid shelters.
Chantin
Even on the
and his
streets
friend
here, you
Mohammed
see
are heading to
sandbag
Tatreach, a neighborhood in the
defensive
north of the city.
positions and what they
Bike
call
lanes are still
anti-tank
quite rare
hedgehogs,
here
these sort
as
of
well.
steel bars
The
that
leader
are
of the
star-shaped
pack is
to prevent
Piruz
any armored
Hanachi,
vehicles
the mayor
from
of
coming
Tehran
through.
since 2018.
So what's really changed,
Though he
I
only
think,
cycles with
in
male
addition to the
colleagues,
refugees coming
he's
here, is the
regarded as a
attitudes of people.
reform-oriented politician.
It's really galvanized
Every
people
Tuesday,
to
he rides
dig
with
in
them as
for the
part of an
longer
event
fight.
known as Car Free Tuesday.
For years in Tehran, we've thought only of cars. Built roads purely for automobiles, which effectively only encourages people to drive them. It's time for us to rethink things and create more public space for bikes and pedestrians.
His goal is that within the next 5 years, cyclists will make up 5% of the traffic in Tehran. Currently, it's less than 1%.
Yeah, it's just a huge number, and they just keep
Chantin
coming.
has reached his
There has
first
been some
customer of
help.
the day.
I think
Olvidé
they've been
says
trying
she
to put
uses
in
the
more
green
border
delivery
crossings,
service
for
once a
example,
week.
get them all open for 24 hours. That's helped to clear some of the backlog, the bottleneck of people that was building up on the Polish border in particular. They've also put in more trains going to Hungary and Romania and Slovakia. That's also helped to distribute people, but
As
it still means that
volunteers,
people
Chantin
are
and
waiting for
Mohammed
hours
make time
and
for
hours
tea.
in sub-zero
For the time
temperatures.
being, customers don't have to pay for their service.
I really like doing it because I like contributing to my city's development. It's good that more people ride bikes, but also that companies are supporting our movement.
For Elnaz Nazari, the scheme is more of a movement than a profit-making venture. Like many other food service workers during the pandemic, she's had to fight to survive. But she still stands by her project.
If I were to ever leave Iran, if I were to ever leave this business, I wanted something more than just the walls and the food and the name to stay behind me. I wanted to start a movement, something to be remembered and something that could be continued with or without me.
Her goal is to reach as many people as possible. She believes that's the only way the movement will have a real chance in Iran.
In other parts of the world, cycling is a lot more straightforward, with high-quality lanes shielding riders from the surrounding traffic. Given conditions of this kind, a lot of people will willingly leave their cars at home. In the German city of Münster, well over a third of commuters get from A to B by bike. Making cycling attractive is also the key goal of an initiative underway in the city of Belo Horizonte in southeastern Brazil. For a country designed with cars in mind, it's an especially significant move. For this week's Global Ideas, our reporter Bianca Kopsch went to find out more.
The streets are cordoned off, and the new speed limit sign is up. Evelyn Trevisan is a sustainable mobility officer with an ambitious mission. She wants to radically reduce the flow of traffic in the Brazilian city of Belo Horizonte.
The first thing we'll do is turn our blueprint into something tangible so we can start working.
The idea is to reclaim the streets. That means fewer cars and more kids playing outside. Though their numbers are smaller than usual due to the pandemic, a group of volunteers have come to help. The street art is intended to reinforce the point. In many parts of Brazil, a speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour is barely conceivable.
I've always dreamed of a slower-paced city, one which allows pedestrians and cyclists to move about safely. I saw Tempo 30, the 30-kilometer speed limit, as a way to pursue this dream.
The air will be monitored to find out what difference the new speed limit
Well,
has
it's
on
getting
emissions
a little
levels.
bit better, but there's still very long waits, hours and hours to cross
volunteers
anywhere
use
along
sand,
the
cement,
border.
and clay to create
Basically,
street
they've opened up more border crossings,
It's the
not
same
just
technique
on the
that
border
was
crossing
used
to
to build the
Poland, but
Great
also
Wall
to
of China.
Hungary and
Simple,
Romania as
stable,
well, I
and
believe.
sustainable.
And they're trying to
And
open up those
voila,
border
a
crossings
bench.
for longer, for 24 hours if possible.
Getting locals involved
What
in the
they've also
planning
done is
stage
they've
was
created more
important to
railway
everyone.
lines, more trains going to some of these border crossing
Various
areas.
people took
But
part
that
in
way
the
they're hoping
discussions.
that they don't all
Mothers
just
who
bottleneck
use the space
into one
talked
area,
about
but
their
they can be
kids'
distributed
needs.
a little
Older
bit more
people
equally.
expressed what they needed.
But, you know,
It
the
was
fact
very
is, it's the
interesting
numbers
because it
that are
was such
just
a
so
collaborative
overwhelming.
process.
I think here in Lviv, we're averaging about
The new
150,000
30-kilometer
people
zone
a day
includes a bike
coming
path,
through here.
which links both
And
the
according to
affluent
the
area
UN,
of Santa
there are now
Teresa, as well as
800,000
more
that have
deprived
crossed
surrounding
over
areas with the rest
into
of the
those
city.
neighboring countries. The number could
Today,
well
Evelyn and her
reach
colleague
a
are
million
going
very
on an
soon,
inspection.
especially because in the eastern Ukraine, the city of
Look, the
Kharkiv,
cars are
we're seeing
already slowing down.
The
intense
scheme is part
missile
of a
strikes and
larger-scale
rocket shelling
project
there.
called
So as
Urban
you can
Pathways.
imagine, that's
It's
forcing people
sponsored
to
by an
flee
International Climate
even more.
Protection Initiative. It's a short stretch, but by forming a connection with one of the main cycle lanes in the city, it offers a viable alternative to driving a car.
Yeah, I mean, you've
Cyclists
seen the
had
city
already been using
transform
this
in the
route on a
last
daily
week or so
basis,
from
but it was
a city of
very
buzzing
unsafe.
cafes and restaurants
This
to now
stretch
one
over
that
the
is
viaduct
clearly
was really important to us.
at war. The entire city seems now to be
I've been a
geared
cyclist
towards
myself
the
for
defense
years.
of the nation. For
My
example,
children
right
are
now
too.
it's actually
And now I
a
have a
curfew.
grandson who's
It's
learning to
lights
ride.
out, meaning that we
I'm
have
working
to
on
dim the
creating a
lights
better city for
during
us
the
all.
curfew time. There are air raid sirens every day and increased
Betel
missile
Horizonte
strikes
is
in the
located
western
in the
Ukraine area,
southeastern
mostly
state of Minas
on military
Gerais,
airfields.
and is one of the largest
But
cities in
it's
Brazil.
as though everything in daily
Traffic
life
here
is now
is
geared
heavy.
towards this. Actually,
Brazil
schools
is
are
a country
closed,
designed
and the
around
schools are now
cars
being
and has
used
one of the
as
highest rates
refugee
of road
shelters
fatalities in the world.
with extra
For
beds being
years,
put into
authorities have been
gymnasiums.
investing in
Medical
public
students are giving
transport
training
and
to
cycle
people
paths.
inside
But
air raid
of the
shelters
400
and
kilometers of
basements
cycle
to
lanes
show them what to
promised,
do in
only
the
a
event
quarter
of a
have
medical
actually been
emergency
built,
during
prompting frustration from cyclists.
and especially what to do if someone goes
Drivers
into
aren't
labor
aware
as
of
a
what we
baby
need,
at that
that
time.
bikes are a
How to
viable
deliver
mode
a
of
baby in
transport.
an air raid shelter. Even
That's why the creation of cycle paths is important. It's quite moving to discover a new cycle path.
The transformation is almost complete. Just a few finishing touches from the volunteers. Overall, it's a simple and highly cost-effective initiative. Evelyn and her team of volunteers are pleased with their work and hope their project can serve as a blueprint for others.
I'm really touched. I'm very thankful to everyone who helped create this. It required tireless work, day in and day out. It makes you feel like you're swimming upstream. But together we did it. Thank you very much.
The project has had a far-reaching effect. Not only has it reduced traffic and benefited the environment, it's also boosted social cohesion, all the more significant during a pandemic. Local residents keep the area clean. For those who were involved in the conception of the project, it's especially rewarding.
The children's wishes have really come to fruition. It was an interesting process and amazing to see how the whole thing became a reality right here in our neighbourhood. Since this has become a communal space, more and more people are coming here, which in turn makes the area safer, and that too brings more people here. It's a cycle.
There are only a few areas in which a speed limit has been introduced. It's a fresh way of thinking about public space. I think the whole city could do with a rethink.
Evelyn has also brought her family along to check out the project.
This is what I work for, so that kids can play safely on the streets. We want people to be able to enjoy public space safely. This project may seem small, but it changes perceptions and culture. And that makes me really happy.
The success of this project in Belo Horizonte could form the basis of positive changes all over the city and beyond.
Two children, two continents, one giant problem. How will climate change affect us and our children? Learn more at dw.com/water.
Plastic packaging is lightweight, cheap and practical. According to the UN, some 400,000 tons of it are produced every year. Much of it is used just once before being tossed in the trash. The pandemic has only exacerbated the problem, with disposable masks, gloves and other medical waste polluting the environment. We find out how people in Ghana are tackling the issue.
This beach to the east of Ghana's capital, Accra, is drowning in plastic trash. Richmond Kwarko and his friends are out collecting it, well aware that in a couple of weeks it will be just as bad again.
We deserve more than to be a dump site. This is our little paradise. We prefer to keep it as it is, and we believe that with collective action and responsibility, the world should move towards alternative packaging solutions.
They've carried out over 1,000 sweeps altogether in their battle against the global plastic tsunami. They pick up everything from Aldi supermarket bags to fishing nets. Now, even waste from the COVID-19 pandemic is washing ashore.
We do find some medical things which of course came out from the outbreak of the pandemic. These are new streams of waste. It will be great for most people to use reusable masks to reduce this, because the single-use mask is really becoming another pandemic in the pandemic.
The activists get modest financial support from a variety of organizations, even the EU. They're alarmed especially by a series of new studies which say that over the next 20 years the amount of plastic in the world's oceans will double to a total 600 million tons. The maritime plastic deluge has taken on a life of its own. Dr. Edem Mahu of Accra University is studying the damage done to the ocean. It takes hundreds or even thousands of years for plastic to decompose. It gradually breaks up into ever smaller parts. The smallest of them, the nanoparticles now found in fish, are a huge problem for Ghanaians.
Plastics are made with additives, phthalates and other chemicals. These plastics get in the fish, and then we consume the fish. And then what happens? We end up consuming these chemicals into our own bodies. It's a big challenge, not just for the ocean and the ecosystem, but also for humans.
One more reason for Ghana to press ahead with recycling. Plastic manufacturer Miniplast has grown to be one of the country's most important plastic suppliers. It produces two types of plastic: plastic made from fresh materials and recycled plastics.
It's something that came out of necessity. The cost of raw material was expensive. We found out ways of recycling the material. We're talking about almost 20 years ago, when recycling in Ghana was very little. We have 50% of our production is made out of recycled material, and we also produce and sell to other factories. But not only that, is that we believe that in the next 10 years there will not be a single drop of virgin material.
Recycling trash means revenues for the company and jobs for its workers. The tasks of collecting and processing plastics provide a valuable opportunity to earn an income in a country where jobs can be hard to come by. After the plastic has been segregated by type and color, it's processed into a molten mass which is converted into granulated plastic. The approach has many benefits.
Recycling creates lots of jobs and they pay well. This is something that is very needed here. We have developed 3 plants that collect for us, shred and recycle. And those are fed by smaller plants to whom we give always trainings and financial help through ourselves and sometimes through GIZ from your country and other organizations.
Miniplast is especially environmentally conscientious, getting 2/3 of its power from the sun. However, where the beach meets the city of Accra, the activists from Plastic Punch say recycling is good, but waste prevention is better. So they also want people to think about how they live.
The community might change their mindset on how they see or handle these items in their daily lives. So that is the essence, to give some form of hope that we are messing it up and we deserve to make it better for the next generations. This is the message we are sending over.
Waste prevention and recycling. It'll take both to tackle climate change, and not only in Ghana.
That's all from us at Global 3000 this week. Don't forget to write to us at global3000@dw.com. Until next time, take care.
I still believe in our city. It really is a statement that I'm putting up with these guardians who are strong and resilient and hopeful in the face of these horrible attacks against our community. It is a public art series created in partnership with the New York City Commission on Human Rights to address the anti-Asian bias and hate crimes that have been on the rise as of late. I'm Amanda Pinkwithibakia. I'm a Brooklyn-based multidisciplinary artist, and my work makes the invisible visible. Today we're in the financial district installing these new panels for I Still Believe in Our City. We see these figures depicted larger than life, and what they do is they lift us up. They hold our community and they say, despite what we've been through as Asian Americans and as New Yorkers, we're still here fighting every day for our shared future. You know, I think what's great is that everybody who passes by these women can see a little bit of themselves.
We all have stories from our youth of being subjected to various forms of Asian American racism. We've also seen in the past year kind of powerful movements like the Black Lives Matter movement, where we've been in solidarity and in coalition with different communities throughout the city to fight against anti-Black racism. Now we're talking about anti-Asian racism. New York City, because of its diversity, I think is a city where we want our different communities to be standing up for each other in solidarity.
Physical attacks and verbal assaults against people of Asian descent around the world has increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The United Nations, since its beginning, has fought against racism and racial discrimination, specifically with Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The United Nations Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights is fighting against racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and fighting for minorities and indigenous peoples as well.
Now we are in my installation called May We Know Our Own Strength. This installation is a second body of work that I'm developing in partnership with the New York City Commission on Human Rights. It was inspired by a watershed moment of AAPI youth sharing their stories of sexual assault and gender-based violence. In this installation, I invite all New Yorkers, actually anyone anywhere, to submit through an online portal, mayweknow.nyc, their stories, their sins, secrets, and suffering. And I will take this pooling mass of anger and loss and grief and pain and weave it into hanging paper sculptures into this space. This is a message received yesterday. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. My older male cousin molested me when I was 12. What makes this even more complicated is that he is from the AAPI side of my family. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. My older male cousin molested me when I was 12. What makes this even more complicated is that he is from the AAPI side of my yesterday. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. My older male cousin molested me when I was 12. What makes this even more complicated is that he is from the AAPI side of my family.
Wow, no braces. Wow, no braces. Wow, no braces.
Сильная песня.
Strangers are coming. They come to your house. They kill you all and say they're not guilty. Not guilty. First your mind, humanity cries. You think you're a ghost, but everyone dies. Don't swallow my soul.